Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this, the very first MTGO Creator Showdown brought to you by the amazing people at Daybreak Games. Before we kick off, I need to introduce ourselves, your hosts for today. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP, and straight from the mocks, we have got Andreas Peterson joining me in the booth. How are you doing, my friend?
Oh, I'm doing awesome. I mean, I couldn't think of a better way to spend my Saturday. You know, my favorite game on my favorite platform as well, and good company here.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. Right back at you, my friend. But we're going to talk about the Creator Showdown. What is this? This is the first show of many throughout the year. There's going to be one every single month with a different format. How this works, we're going to have 64 of your favorite content creators and Magic celebrities all coming together to battle it out in different formats. Today is Pauper, as I said. They need to get themselves ideally a perfect record of 6-0, but they do get prizes for slightly better, you know, going a bit slightly worse than that. But it is a 6-round double elimination tournament. So that means once they get that second loss, they are gone. We don't need them to take part anymore. They can go carry on the rest of the day. We just want the winners in this championship. And over 6 rounds, we're going to find out who is going to be at the top of those standings. And there is a lot of prizes on the line. So let's have a little look at what prizes they're all going to be battling out for today. We'll get that up on the screen so everybody at home can have a look as well. Andreas, talk me through this.
Yeah, so as you alluded to before, this is a double elimination tournament, and the more you win, the more you can take home. So a clean 6-0 record will back you $1,250 US, which is definitely not bad for a fun day at the office. A 5-0 will grant you either $750 or $600, depending on when you have that one loss. And a stellar 4-2 record will bag you 500 play points and 50 treasure chests straight to your Magic Online account. So lots of stuff to battle for today. And yeah, high stakes, hopefully high level Magic. I'm very, very excited.
Yeah, I cannot wait. This is like a 5,000. This is a Pauper tournament. I'm really, really looking forward to it. But I got to remind everybody at home that we are on a delay. Stream is going to have a 3-minute delay, which means, you know, some things are going to be slightly off. We won't be able to interact with you all as much as we would want to. But it's what it is. We need to keep the integrity of the matchups moving forward. So, to kind of sweeten that deal a little bit for you all, we are going to have giveaways happening throughout the show. So make sure you stick around, make sure you keep an eye on chat, because they could be going live at any moment. There's going to be 120 play points courtesy of Daybreak Games. There's going to be multiple of them throughout today's stream. There is also going to be a beacon giveaway towards the end when we start getting towards the later rounds. That's going to be for a nice setup of kit. If you want looking into get to content creation, that is going to be the one that you want to try and go for. So much on the line throughout today's tournament. Cannot wait for it. But let's talk a little bit about Pauper, because I'm pretty excited for this. This is my not my main format. I like to play Legacy, I like to play Modern, I like to play Standard, some of the more open formats that people kind of know of. But Pauper is one of those ones that it's got a fan base. It's got a die-hard fan base, and I have learned over the last month why. This format is absolutely amazing. I have fallen in love with it. I've bought 4 paper decks. I've been grinding so many times games on Magic Online. I cannot express to you how cool this is. So, Andreas, we're going to talk through all the players and what decks they've bought this week or today. So let's see if we can get the metagame breakdown on the screen for everybody to have a little look at, and we'll kind of have a little talk, see exactly what the most played deck is, what's the least played. There's always going to be some people that just got their pet decks. Some people like playing control, combo, creature, but in Pauper, it's slightly different, right?
Yeah, I would say Pauper offers a little bit of everything, and I think whether you enjoy, destroying lands, attacking with fast creatures, winning the game on turn 20, this format kind of has it all. So I'm very, very excited to see all the different strategies being represented today, because Pauper is wide open, especially with the addition of Modern Horizons 3 into the mix. That really shook things up quite a bit, and yeah, I'm very, very excited.
Yeah, I'm going to have a look. We're just going to see if we can get that graphic on the screen for you, but there is obviously a breakdown of it, what exactly everybody brought to today. And as you were mentioned, Modern Horizons 3 has just been released, and that has obviously got a bunch of commons in it, which are pretty powerful. We've seen it already in the meta in only just that short space of time, and it looks like a lot of the players already have kind of gravitated towards that. And what if I say gravitating towards that? We're talking about the Affinity decks, right? Like, this is its own format, which means we've got some cards that are banned in other formats that you might not have seen as much of. Talk to me about the artifact lands, for instance. I imagine we're going to be seeing a lot of them today.
Yeah, so as on a fundamental level, the Pauper format has done a great job of keeping all of these inherently broken cards legal. We see the artifact lands, the classic Mirrodin lands, they're not even allowed in Modern. We see stuff like Dark Ritual, Lotus Petal, we have the best cantrips available, we have Counterspell. So all of this, that's kind of the history of the game, and the legacy of the game lives on. And then the priority has been, if a deck is too strong, we don't go for the enablers, we go for some of the culprits of the newer printings that hasn't made their mark historically yet. So that's one of the things I enjoy the most about Pauper, is we still get to play the bangers from 30 years ago.
Yeah, and that, it's every card that's been printed at common rarity, so to speak. But it doesn't matter what set it was printed in, as long as it's been printed in Magic the Gathering as a common, then that makes it legal in Pauper. And as you said, it means it's a whole new aspect of deck building moving forward. Personally, I've fallen in love with a bit of a Poison Storm. I know we had a conversation off screen about this, but I love myself a bit of Poison Storm. I'm hoping that the players, I think there's one or two of them in today's tournament bringing that, and hoping that they're going to be doing pretty well, because that's close to my heart. But then, if you were playing this weekend, obviously the meta's shifted a little bit because of Modern Horizons 3. What do you think are going to be the meta game calls this week?
Ooh, great call. Now I have the information of already knowing the metagame breakdown, but let's say I time travel a few days back and I don't know it. I would be looking at cards like, especially 1/1 flyers, especially cards like Squadron Hawk, Battle Screech. I think they line up extremely well against some of the newer printings of Modern Horizons 3, with the Sneaky Snacker and the Refurbished Familiar being 1 toughness flyers. So if I can make 1 toughness flyers and kind of outvalue those cards, I think I would be in a great shape today. I'm not sure how many Squadron Hawks and Battle Screeches were registered in the tournament actually, but that would be where I was looking to go. Basically, beat the new trend, so to speak.
Well, we'll see how it goes on about it. One last time, have we got access to the metagame graphic yet, production? We're going to wait to hear it, mate. If we do, can we get it on the screen? If not, we're just going to go straight down to... Okay, we're going to get that. We'll get that for the later rounds, and we'll show you all the exact breakdown. It is on the socials, so if you want to go to the Magic Online Twitter or one of their different socials, you'll be able to find the full breakdown there, as well as links to everybody's decks that are registered today if you want to also pick up this awesome format and have a go yourself. So we're going to just move down to our first match. We've got our first set of players sat down, ready to go. We are jumping into round number 3. We did say it's a 6-round tournament. We're going to jump in round number 3. So that's going to be 3, 4, 5, and 6. That's 4 rounds total today. So let's get into our first pair of players that we're going head-to-head. I believe, if we don't have the graphic to come up with it, it is going to be my favourite, Kai Barmeister, my favourite caster, up against Cherry Axeman. Again, a fellow Brit like myself. Played at very high levels, also played at the mocks, as like you have as well. So very accomplished Magic Online player. Talk to me about the deck list and what they brought today.
Yeah, let's see if we can get the deck list up on screen. But I know Corey has brought Affinity. Let's see.
Yeah, here we go.
Corey has brought Grixis Affinity. So what do we have here? It's basically a synergy-based deck historically, but it's kind of turning into a mid-range deck over the years here, with especially the printing of Deadly Dispute and a card like Reckoner's Bargain. So notice this deck has 12 draw twos, and it's basically looking to outgrind the opposition rather than, win the game quickly. And that's like a tremendous feat to have in a format like Pauper, where there's just so many 2-for-1s available. So putting a lot in your own deck is gonna go a long way. I want to highlight.
So
go ahead.
Over on the other side, we've got Cherry X-Men, who's on a deck that it's kind of always been a meme deck in most formats, but in this format, it's actually a solid deck choice, right? Ponza, but in Pauper.
Yeah, so this strategy is basically about having a 1-mana accelerant and then play 3 drops or more expensive cards from there. I imagine we see aggressive mulliganing into a hand that can produce this 1-mana accelerant, so that we can hopefully start, deploying threats or destroying our opponent's lands and overwhelm them with value from the big cascaders of Annoyed Altasaur, Boarding Party. And we also see a cool addition here from MH3, the Draft VIP, I was about to say, Colossal Dread Mask, even a small jab at a previous card. Pretty cool equipment here. I hope that card sees the battlefield.
It's It's got to, right? It's also, it's a class of Dreadnought, but it's also got some really cool art there. Like, is that the skeleton of it, or is that the actual creature itself? I like the idea that it's a skeleton and you wear the skeleton, and that's what gets you the +6/+6 and trample.
Yeah.
But adding that, as you said, to one of your small elves later in the game, turn it into a 7/7, turn it sideways, we could potentially get games closed out very quickly. But on that one, without any further ado, let's get down to game number one. Let's not delay anymore. Let's get into this Porter format. I am so looking forward to this. As I said, I've been playing so much of it over the last couple of weeks, and I am in love with it. I cannot wait for us to, to actually get down and get into it. So it's going to be Kari Barmeister on the Affinity list versus Cherry X-Men on this Ponza list. Ponza is one of those decks that I said that I've bought in this format myself. So, I'm really going to look forward to maybe I need to pick up some of these big, powerful enchantments, which I do. It's got a nice price point getting into this format, right?
Oh, definitely. You have a horse in the race. That's okay. I'll try and figure out who I'm rooting for throughout.
I try not to have a favourite, but when someone's question, bear in mind, anybody playing Poison Storm in this deck, that's a hard lock for me. Right. I'm rooting for you, even if I'm not meant to root for you because I'm the caster. But that deck it's so cool when it goes off, and I just love seeing it. Plus, I'm an Infect player at heart, so I have to stick with my boys when we get there.
That makes a ton of sense. So you stay true to it.
There's got to be a reason, right? There's not many of us. We have to kind of come together now. There's a small, tight-knit community.
Oh, definitely.
Right, if we're ready, community user, let's get down to that game number one. Let's have a little look at Corey versus Cherry X-Men. How do you think this normally pans out, though? Do you think is it play draw dependent? Or is there's going to be some indestructible lands? Is that going to be a huge advantage to Corey? Like, how would you see this matchup going?
Yeah, great point about the Affinity bridges being indestructible. So that means that the land destruction spells out of the Ponza deck will be quite situational. Sometimes best card in the world, sometimes the worst card in the world. So high variance, I would say here. Play draw doesn't help. Like being good at throwing dice, that's a big advantage in Magic the Gathering, of course. And I'm just curious to see if Cherry X-Men can find 6 or 7 card hands with an accelerant and stuff to do, because I think that's the biggest flaw of that deck, is when you don't have an accelerant or you have to mulligan too low and stuff like that. So I'll favor the Affinity deck slightly here if I was a betting man.
That's what I was saying, like when I was playing this deck, is I would always basically have to mulligan hands if I didn't have some sort of 1-drop or at least a 3-drop with a couple of land going through. Sometimes you draw the wrong half of your deck, and I've got all the mana in the world, but I've got nothing to do with it. Or the other side, I've got all my big threats, but I haven't got the mana to cast them. But like over on Corey's side, a lot of his stuff gets cheaper, right? Because it's Affinity. For people that maybe don't know what the Affinity mechanic is, talk to me about Affinity and how it works and why Corey's utilizing it to such great effect.
Yeah, so Affinity is a keyword that makes your cards cheaper for each artifact you have in play. And needless to say, when your lands have that subtype, casting these Affinity spells can be pretty trivial. So you will be seeing 1 mana draw 2s, you'll be seeing 0 mana 2/2s, you'll be seeing 0 mana 4/4s probably throughout this match. And that's why that deck is very strong. And sometimes it's very explosive, and sometimes you get into these super grindy games where all the draw 2s we already talked about, and the Blood Fountain will, take over games and win them slowly but surely. That's like how I like to put it. That in Pauper, sometimes you're not winning super fast, but you can win convincingly over time by being ahead on resources.
So with Corey's deck, do you think Corey wants to basically drag this game out to the mid to late game? Is he going to try and stall as much as he can, or is that going to be in Cherry's sort of favour? Does he want to go towards the mid game and ideally have more land drops, being able to do more double spell each turn, meaning that Corey can only really potentially go 1 spell at a turn, in if that 1 spell is just a draw 2, he's not really interacting with the board?
Yeah, great point. That this exact matchup, the Affinity deck is actually not interested in going extremely long, because when that happens, the Ponza deck can produce these huge 2-for-1s via the Cascaders, and the Affinity deck doesn't have creatures big enough to tackle these 6/5s and 6/3s, and then it can become complicated, I would say. I would actually be very curious to see what happens if both decks, fire on all cylinders, so to speak. I don't know for sure, but I would imagine it favors the Ponza deck a little bit if both decks can do their thing, so to speak.
Yeah, I'm looking at the removal suite here for that Corey's got available. Galvanic Blast, 4 damage, normally quite good, can kill a lot of creatures, just not really against this deck when we've got creatures that have got like 5 toughness plus, and equipments that give creatures +6/+6. That might not be where it shines. We might have to throw them upstairs. Only the 1 cast down, premium removal in the Pauper format Why are we seeing people kind of trim on these? And also, I've noticed trimming on edict effects. Why are we trimming on these effects in this current meta?
Yeah, great question, because a lot of the newer printings have been smaller value creatures, like when Thraben Inspector got a functional reprint, and the newest additions from Modern Horizons 3 as well. So having hard removal that takes care of everything is especially important if you have formats where Gurmag Angler, Tolarian Terror are, top options. And that's not really the case right now. There's simply too much incidental graveyard hate in the decks for those to be, sustainable threats. So, but when the numbers of blue-black terror, as the deck is called, goes up, then you want to play like hard removal and edict effects. And also there's another deck, we haven't mentioned it, which is Boggles. Yeah. Boggles is a deck where, well, if you can kind of analyze the metagame and come to the conclusion, people are playing all of these damage-based removal spells, they might be kind of weak to hexproof creatures with a lot of auras on it. So it's basically the hexproof deck, the aura deck, and the Gurmag Anglers and Tolarian Terrors that kind of dictate how many edict effects do we need in this format.
Yeah, like that would have actually been my choice if I was playing in this. I feel like it would have been a toss-up between, what my heart and my brain says. My brain says play Boggles. I feel like there's a less edicts effects floating around, where my heart's like, well, come on, you can play some poison here, man. You can get that 10 infect counters going. You should try and do it for the memes, but it's also a really, really sweet deck moving forward, so it's going to be interesting to see what players have bought this week here and how these matchups are going to pair and what decks are actually going to start making it to that 4-2, 5-1, 6-0 brackets. But we've got a lot of Magic to play before them. Remember, 4 more rounds today. This is a 6-round tournament, and we're starting in round number 3 this broadcast for all you beautiful people at home. But we are on a 3-minute delay. But to sweeten that deal for you all, we are going to be having giveaways throughout the stream. We're going to be giving away 120 play points to all you beautiful people watching, as well as a beacon bundle giveaway towards the end of the stream. So make sure you stick around, make sure you keep an eye on the chat, because you need to be here to win it. You can't not be here and you can't win it. That's not how this works. But the beauty as well about this Creator Showdown is, yes, we've got the main broadcast now that all you beautiful people are watching on, but also your favorite content creators are live on their platforms of choice as well. We've got content creators on YouTube. We've got content creators on Twitch. There's probably someone on TikTok as well, if that's your platform of choice. There's so many different platforms now, but we've got so many creators taking part today, streaming on those platforms, so you get to see from their point of view what they're thinking when they make their plays. But on this channel here, obviously, we've got the GOAT himself. We've got Andreas. Andreas is straight off the box. He's no slouch to this. Huge content creator. He's going to be our Pauper expert. He's going to be guiding me, almost carrying me at some points, I'm not going to lie to you, through today. So we hope that you're all strapped in, ready to go. What are you most looking forward to today, Andreas?
Yeah, I'm looking for high-level Magic, for high stakes, and showcasing many different strategies, because that's what I love the most about Magic. It's like an art form. You can do Magic, like everybody has preferences. You enjoy adding infect counters to your opponent's life total.
I do. I count to 10 and that's it. That's me.
I like passing the turn with blue mana up. Somebody likes pointing lightning bolts at the opponent's face. So Magic's an art form, and today we're going to be seeing very many forms of it. So that's basically my expectation for today. And yeah, I just love all of these initiatives from the Magic Online team. I think they've done an amazing job of taking this game to the next level. And yeah, I can't wait to see what the future holds.
Or can I? And we've got one of these every single month. They're going to be different formats, mixing up, changing through, but still going to have all your favorite content creators are going to be coming together each month to play that. How does being I kind of half know the answer to this, but I want you to kind of put emphasis on how important this is. Being a specialist at Pauper, some of our content creators, that is their only format. They only play Pauper. They only make Pauper content. How much of an advantage is that going to be, not only going into this with the metagame, but also knowing what sideboard cards to be bringing in, to utilize them to best effect, to know what are they going to bring off the meta deck that someone might not have been able to see and use that to their advantage?
Yeah, it's huge. Just like in any other field, experience is a huge advantage. The beauty about Magic is that it's an easy game to learn, but it's very hard to master. And as you alluded to, a lot of the competitors today have mastered the art of Pauper. So it's going to be a tall task for the occasional, Pauper enjoyer going up against these experts. But I mean, if that was me, I would be up for that challenge and take them on any day of the week. So I hope that's how they see it, at least.
Would you say that Pauper is a format that, yes, it rewards you for being a specialist, but every format can reward you for being a specialist? Is this a format that you can pick up? Because obviously it's relatively got quite a low price point to get into. You know what I mean? If you want to pick this up on Magic Online and go take part of it, they've got pre-made decks that you can pick up quite cheap, or you can just try and build your own. And as everything is common rarity, there's going to be a lot of them printed, so it's got that low entry price point to get into. Is it something that someone can pick up and learn the meta quite quickly?
I would say it's a good point that it's kind of easy to get going, but I think the learning curve can be kind of steep, simply because the games are, like, the amount of turns in a game is generally higher than other formats. Yeah. That means you have to make more decisions on average in a certain game, and the more decisions there are, the more times you have the chance to mess up, right? Or the chance to make the right play. So I think if you can kind of withstand the first couple of weeks of have to read cards, get a good feel of it, I think you'll be fine, and it'll be like most other Magic formats, like just awesome once you dive into it.
Do you know how many times? So obviously, I've been learning this format for the last month. I've been grinding it, and I've been falling in love with it. And I absolutely love it. Do you know how many times I got blown up by cards that I've never seen before? I'm like, what does that do? I think I'm giving myself, but to prevent all combat damage. And they've got one red mana up. I'm like, nice lightning bolt, and then boom, done. Now no told me that was prevented. I'm dead. I'm like, what just happened? I've never seen that card before in my life. And same on the vice versa. Like they've got the guilds deck that's been floating around as well. I'm like, hold on, how is that creature now a 7-powered creature? What's going on? It's really cool to see this format and also just learn a complete new format from scratch, and I genuinely have fallen in love with it. It's been such a breath of fresh air. Anybody watching, if you're kind of stuck in a format that you love that format, I love Modern, that is my main format, but if you kind of want a little break from it, step aside slightly, this is a format where you can play so many powerful cards, but it's balanced extremely well. That's one thing I've learned about Pauper, is it just seemed like such a balanced format. There's not just one deck at the top that's going to overrun everything. It just seems really cool how all the different interactions, and every deck can beat every other deck, unless it's boggles and you don't have any edict effects, and you're probably going to lose. But besides that, I can't say enough good things about Pauper, and I'm so happy that we're here doing this broadcast.
Yeah, I have to agree on that sentiment. But I think the truth is, if any format in Magic that you kind of give a chance and play for a longer period of time, you'll start to enjoy it. That's just because the game is the best. Like it's very, very complex, but it just has so much nuance. Like I've been playing for 20 years, but recent example, I have to test for the Pro Tour in Amsterdam, and I'm drafting Modern Horizons 3, and I have no idea what I'm doing. It's like learning a new language for me. So I take that as a challenge, and basically like a kid learning a new language every time. So it's just a journey for me, and positive stuff. It's a challenge, right? It's a puzzle that you need to solve, and we all do it, and we all love it because we all try and solve it in our own personal way. Some people like to do it with blue mana up and passing the turn. Some people like to do it by winning on turn 2. But as we're going into this weekend and this format, we did say Modern Horizons 3 has just been printed, and we're expecting to see a lot of new cards from that powerful set that, of course, is only Modern, eternally type formats legal. It is going to have its commons legal in Pauper. So we've picked out a few that we think we're going to be seeing quite a lot throughout the weekend. Let's get them up on screen. Let's talk through them and talk why these cards are going to be popping up in this format. What is this, the upside to them? So if we can get them on. Starting on the left, we've got this Sneaky Snacker. By the way, one of my favorite names, and I hope I say that a lot throughout today's broadcast. Talk to me about this one. Yeah, so Sneaky Snacker is a blue and a black 2/1 flying fairy. So already there, Pauper fans are going to be thinking Spellstutter Sprite, which is interesting. And it has this text: when you draw your third card in a turn, return Sneaky Snacker from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. So drawing 3 cards in Pauper, that's either your draw step +2, or it's 3 cards from Brainstorm. So all of a sudden there, you can start and think about, which strategy will this fit in? And today, we're going to be showing it off, hopefully, in various strategies. Because in Pauper, there's so many ways to put a card into your graveyard, whether it's via a blood token, or it's via a faithless looting, or it's via milling over with mental note. So that card has wide applications in Pauper, and I'm excited to see if it has the legs that it's promised to have, basically. Okay, well, moving on to the next one, we've got Refurbished Familiar. This one, people have been telling me that this is the grief of Pauper. I actually drafted 3 of these in my draft deck yesterday, and this card is so good. It felt like it was always a 2-for-1 no matter what point in the game I played it. Yeah, and I think that's a very, very simple but effective way to explain why the card is good. This is a 2-for-1 no matter when in the game, and having flying is good. Chipping away at your opponent's life total is strong. Making their hand smaller is strong. Yeah, just a very solid 2-for-1, and it has the artifact type, which makes it a shoe-in for Affinity that was already black-based. I know it will also see play in black-white strategies where you can return it to your own hand with Glinthawk and Core Skyfisher. So yeah, another very, very strong design for Pauper that players put into their deck right away.
And then finishing up the free cards here, we've got Tune the Narrative. Is Energy going to be a synergy moving forward now?
I think it's basically on, yeah, it's on the maybe list. So Tune the Narrative plus the Galvanic Discharge is a package you can play in blue-red X control decks instead of the previous, playing stuff like Preordain and Scred. You can make your mana base slightly better if you go into this energy package. And there's also a white sorcery for 1 mana where you can kind of reanimate a creature if you have spare energy. And so those 3 cards, it's like a Jeskai package that I'm fairly excited about making a splash.
Well, let's see how it goes. Okay, I'm being told that our players are ready. They are going to kick off. So let's get down to a matchup where we have got Kaibai on this artifact, this Grixis Affinity list, versus Cherry Axeman on Ponza. So let's get straight down to it. Looks like we're joining them. I believe this is still game 1, but it looks like we're far into game 1 here. Talk to me about what's happening here. I see a land that is currently got flying and 5 counters on it.
Yeah, so it looks like Corey already put 3 counters on his indestructible land with Kinku Artificer, which is a cool synergy that card can kind of make one of your bridges into a 3/3 flyer. And then how it got the 2 more counters, I'm trying to figure out.
It might have got the 2 counters from Forge at the top from the going on the adventure. So Forge gives it plus target creature plus 2 counters, and maybe that was the target that we chose for it. You can see Forge is up there. Now the initiative is going to go to number 3. Are we going to go for a trap? Are we going to go to the arena? I don't need to bore you about my love for Dungeons and Dragons and how this is such a cool mechanic moving forward. But it looks like we're going to go for traps. So 5 damage is going to go to the face of Cherry Axeman here. We're going to try and get their hand sorted. I believe the hand at the bottom of the screen is actually Corey's, and the hand at the top of the screen, that is going to be Cherry Axeman. Same with their pictures. We'll try and get them flipped around for you all here. But yeah, this is why we're here. We're going to make sure that you're all fully aware of what's going on. Definitely Cherry Axeman on the defense here, as 5 damage got dealt to him, and now we're getting attacked by this 5/5 indestructible flying land. That's why you see it's not dying there when the Generous Ent goes to block it with reach. And then we're going to finish it off here with a couple of pings. Sacrifice artifacts, do 1 point of damage each.
Yeah, very nice play here from Corey, attacking the 5/5 indestructible into the sizable 5/7. Also, we see something we talked a little bit about in the pregame show: the couple of Thermocast in the Cherry Axeman's hand. Not exactly, doing him any favors here. So it looks like Corey takes down game 1 here, and players move to sideboarding.
Yeah. It's okay. Well, maybe we can see if we can get the. Let's start with Corey's deck on the screen for you all to have a little look at, so we can see what is in Corey's sideboard for what he can be bringing in for this matchup. We'll see if production can get that up for us. There we go. So talk to me about this. Look at this sideboard here. We've got some powerful cards of Magic the Gathering here. We've got red elementals and blue elemental blasts, but this may not be the matchup for it. What if you were in this Corey's seat right now? What would you like to bring in? Oh, we've swapped across.
Yeah. So what
Cherry side. Let's start with Cherry side.
Yeah, let's see. Cherry Axeman's sideboard, we have Deglamor, which is a way to get around the indestructible clause on the bridges, so that's a sure add. Also, it takes care of Mirror Enforcer later in the game, and can take care of the bridges even once they have counters put on them. So that's a great one. And obviously, Gorilla Shaman, taking care of the traditional artifact lands, blood tokens, stuff like that for very cheap. That card can lead to some blowouts. It's another one of these hit or miss cards because of the indestructibility of the bridges, but that card is just a huge threat, and can even be good in the mid game. Like, you don't have to play turn 2 and kill a land. You can also play it on turn 6 and kill 3 lands, and that's also a very, very good play in the mid game. So very, very awesome additions for Cherry here.
Well, let's go back to Corey's list. Let's have a little look at that and see what he could be bringing in and out of his deck list. So As I mentioned, we've got some very powerful cards from Magic the Gathering in this, but not many of them look like they line up very good against green decks. Talk to me about this. What do you like bringing in?
Yeah, so I immediately look at Corey's main deck and I see the Croc Clan Shamans, and I think those will have to go in this matchup, and you'll be looking at stuff like the Tithing Blade, which is an edict effect that might take care of a bigger creature later in the game. Maybe some number of blue Elemental Blast, especially because you know about the opponent bringing in Gorilla Shaman, so there's a little bit of context for that one. But I expect very small adjustments from Corey here.
Okay, cool. Well, I believe the game's just kicking off, so let's get back down to the match. Game number 2, round number 3. Remember, double elimination, 6 rounds of Magic. So once you lose 2 games, you are out of here. All the players taking part today are trying to get themselves a 4-2 or better record to be walking away with their share of $5,000. So, looking at these opening lines, it looks like it's going pretty well here for Cherry X-Man. We do need to kind of swap the hands over again here, production, but other than that, looking gleaming.
Yeah, it looks like Corey kept a speculative... Oh, there's also the Glamour in Cherry X-Man's graveyard. Okay, so Corey just kept the 2-lander, and both lands got removed by the hate cards we just highlighted, so pretty smooth sailing here.
This is why we call it Ponza. Literally why we call it Ponza, right? Like, one person in this match is having a lot of fun. Personally, I'm having a lot of fun watching this. This looks awesome. Corey on the other side, though, probably not having a great time, as not able to cast any of the spells in his hand, even though he just found that land. But we all know it's not staying around much longer, as that Goblin Shaman is going to take it out. Gorilla Shaman, sorry, is going to take it out in 6 points of damage. I feel like we're going to go into a game 3 relatively quickly here.
Yeah, I mean, not much to do here. The thing about Affinity is, since it's such a known quantity in the format, a lot of decks are just going to come super prepared for it. And this can be the result sometimes.
Yeah, well, it's Corey's got... Is there anything we can do? Say we draw a land this turn. Is there any sort of way that we can Affinity out a bunch of stuff in one turn and at least stabilize the board a little bit first again? Because we drew the second land. That's big. So second land drop here. We've got no black mana at the minute, where we could play a Frog Might. Like, is there a line here that I'm missing, or is it literally...
Yeah, the only thing you can do here is try and kind of bridge the gap here with Ichor Wellspring. You get hit down to 1, and then you kind of hope that Cherry has nothing left and you can stabilize in some way.
Yeah. Is there any reach here in Corey in Cherry's lists? Do they play Lightning Bolts or anything like that?
I am fairly sure that Cherry plays only a couple of Screds. That's what's been in the deck historically, but I will have a look here. It looks like he got rid of all targeted spud removals, so no burn spells to finish off the opponent, but you know, between hasty creatures and value creatures like this Visionary, it's going to be more than tough for Corey.
Well, that's how that game is meant to go. If you're able to stone rain your opponent on every single turn and keep them with a load of cards in hand, you are going to win that game. And that's what we see with Cherry Axemen there, taking down game number 2. So it looks like we're going to be going into game number 3 shortly. We're just going to get that set up. If we can have another little look at the deck list, kind of give us a refresher. What is in Corey's list? Because we didn't really get to see any of it there. We'll get that up on the screen for you momentarily. And you know, now Corey will be on the play. Does that change this? It means that, you know, potentially one of his lands not going to get stone rain the turn before he can actually start casting some spells?
Yeah, but it makes a world of difference here, because now you can actually get into the game with, you know, your setup artifacts, or even cast like Frogmite Mirror Enforcer before the opponent gets to tamper with your lands. And I also think Cherry X-Men removed the 3-mana thermal casts in, like, because they're just not reliable as land destruction. Mm-hmm. But a lot of the other cards are, like Gorilla Shaman and the Glamour. Yeah, I think Corey will just have the same setup as for game 2. Play or draw doesn't change anything for his setup when it comes to sideboarding, where I actually am not sure about the green-red deck.
Well, I think we're kicking off. I think they've started game 3 now, so let's just go straight down to it and try and find out the hard way, so to speak, like the players will be. Looking at these opening hands here, it looks like Corey might be on a Moltis 6. But looking at Cherry's hand, are these good keeps for both players here?
Yeah, I would say so. Corey has a couple of lands and can start casting draw spells. Sacrificing Chromatic Star to Deadly Dispute is what I call the Black Ancestral Recall. And Cherry X-Men has the best accelerant he can ask for, because Utopia Sprawl does not die to the Galvanic Blast, which Arbor Elf would, and it fixes Cherry X-Men for red mana moving forward if he should need it.
Okay, well, we got the third, a 3-mana spell, which is great. We've got our 1 mana into our 3 mana, but this is on turn 2. So we're going to go with the Visionary, get a card deeper in our deck, as well as that's going to be able to make us ramp a little bit more, because we can see there's a bunch of 5-6 drops in hand. No land destruction, though. Why are we going with being able to go a card deeper here, where we could have played something like the Arbor Elf to power out one of our bigger spells next turn if we draw, let's say we drew another Utopia Sprawl? What's the upside to this over playing the 1-drop Elf?
Yeah, the Visionary is a guaranteed cantrip and a guaranteed ramp, and it curves nicely into the 5-drop initiative creature of Avenging Hunter next turn. If Corey is on another setup turn, getting the initiative going is gonna work wonders, and I think it's just better. And if the opponent is trying to Galvanic Blast the Visionary, chances are they will have a harder time developing, and then you kind of bought that tempo regardless. So it's just a good, solid play to keep things moving here, I would say.
It looks like Corey's just kind of doing the setup turns. While he's got land, he's trying to get the spells on the battlefield, or at least set up as best as he can, because we haven't had that land destruction Ponza start here from Cherry X-Men. This is definitely more the ramping side into our big threats. And as we spoke about, the big threats with Corey's kind of removal suite don't line up great, but he does have that 1 copy of Chaos down in hand.
There's a very interesting point now, because Corey drew into a Vault of Whispers, which is an untapped land. So what Corey could have done, as he decides to Galvanic Blast the 2/2 Visionary, is play out the Vault of Whispers and then use the Treasure and Ichor Wellspring and Vault of Whispers to actually have Metallic Rebuke open for the turn. But Corey decides that it's better to just kill off the Elf to negate the 5-drop that way.
So how does this turn look for Corey? Are we going for value? Like, okay, there's a threat. Can we get that on the battlefield this turn? Is there a line where we could do multiple things and get that on the battlefield this turn? Being able to play a 0-mana 4/4 turns to be quite good, and no matter what format you're playing it in.
No doubt. It looks like 0 mana is not going to happen this turn, but let's see how Corey decides to play it. It looks like if Corey goes cast down the Elf, play Mirror Enforcer. Oh, he's going to pass here to have counter mana up, because if he plays out the Mirror Enforcer, that would be a 2-drop, and yeah, that would be no mana left over. But now there's actually mana left over for Metallic Rebuke. Pay blue with the bridge and tap 2 other artifacts here to go for the Mana Leak, essentially.
So one thing we haven't touched too much, we saw it a little bit as we jumped into game 1, the initiative, how that is fully legal in this format and used to great effects by numerous different decks, but obviously we got to use spells that particularly have got higher CMCs to cast, when in other formats you'll see lower ones being able to do that, or at least better ways to cheat them out.
Yep.
Once that's on the battlefield and gets going, while Corey's got no creatures on the battlefield, could that end up running away with the game? Is that in itself a legit win con in Pauper?
I would say so, yes. So once you have the initiative, you basically just have to, protect the fort or not get your flag captured, so to speak, and the game will snowball from there. The Monarch mechanic is kind of the same, where then you're simply not incentivized to be on the aggressive side. That's kind of on the opponent, and you can sequence your spells better and just play defense and take the game down. So yes, definitely a very, very important mechanic for the format.
Oh my word, what a top deck here from Corey.
Oh yeah.
Gets the Typhon Blade, which is an Edict Effect. Can play that, get the Generous End off the battlefield, and turn everything sideways and be a real chance of pulling away in this game.
Yep.
Because this is it's normally, this is going to be the power side of these Ponza decks, right? Playing these big threats that once on the battlefield they stick and not only stem the bleeding, but look at this here from Corey. Just adds another 6 power as well. This could be such a quick game 3.
Yeah, and just basically the perfect scenario. We touched on it briefly during sideboarding. When the Tithing Blade can take care of a big creature and not just an Arbor Elf or the Visionary, that's where things are going great. And here we
That's it.
see the variants of the Ponza deck. So you get play a 7-drop with Cascade, but you found a 1-mana accelerant off of it, and that could have been a 6-mana Cascader. Cherry X-Men could have just like really gone off there, but yeah, not this time.
Oh, it happens more often to me than I want to admit that I just end up going into some sort of wild growth Utopia Spool or even just a 1-1 elf. But that is going to be enough. Kari Baumeister taking this game down in 3, or this match down in 3 games. So congratulations to him advancing to 3-0. Yep. Cherry is going to obviously go down to a 2-1 record now, but he's still in the tournament. This is a 6-round tournament double elimination, and what that means is once our favorite content creators have picked up that second loss, then they get to carry on the rest of the day. They cannot take part in this tournament much longer, and they're trying to get themselves a 4-2 or better record to be in with prizes today. We've got cash prizes, we've got digital prizes, but realistically the best prize of them all is they get to play Pauper in this Creator Showdown. So huge shout out to all our content players putting this, coming together to play in this, and huge shout out to Daybreak Games for putting this on. So now my question to you, Andreas. Did that matchup go how we thought it was going to go? You know, you kind of picked Kari at the start. You think like that's how it would have lined up. Looking at that game number 2, I would have been like, I don't know what you're talking about. This looks like it's an absolute landslide. But is that because we had the key cards out of our sideboard? Should we have been mulliganing more over on Cherry Axeman's side, it going into that game number 3?
Yeah, great question, and it especially once we saw that game 2 and how it played out when the Ponza deck actually drew the hate. And then losing the next game relatively convincingly, you want to ask yourself the question if there's any strategy there. But I think you can actually win the game the fair way against Affinity. So if you just mulligan too hard for your hate, I don't think that's going to be good long term. But you obviously want to draw it. But I think Cherry did what he was supposed to here. Corey's Andrus just lined up perfectly. Galvanic Blast on the Visionary, Tithing Blade on the 5/7 later on, like drawing into all of those Mirror Enforcers and exploding like mid-game while having, a stable mana base and even a counterspell for the clutch initiative creature. Yeah, Corey was just living the dream there, to be honest.
Everything just lined up well, and one thing that kind of surprised me about Pauper, other formats, we have fetch lands, we have shock lands, we have dual lands. Dual lands are normally printed at rare rarity. But in Pauper, obviously, we can only use ones that we printed at common, so we're relying on a lot of these 2-mana common ones that come into play tapped. Some of them indestructible, some do a point of damage or gain a point of life. But yet we still see a number of 3-colored decks. Is that because the format's slightly slower, and then that kind of opens a vacuum for more aggressive decks to come in? Or is it just the format is just slower, so we're able to play it, and that's the reason why we're able to play it?
Yeah, it's definitely a contextual thing, because let's just imagine that everybody was playing monocolored aggro decks. Then you couldn't play 3-color decks, basically. So it's a contextual thing and a metagame thing, and also it's because the different colors offer different things, and because we can only play with commons, maybe we can't get all the best removal spells, the best draw spells, the best win conditions out of the same color. So it just makes a lot of sense that you have to jump through a little bit of hoops to make your mana work, but then have higher card quality as a result.
So is there any decks that can take advantage of that? So if my opponent's trying to play 3 colors using a lot of the tap lands, what sort of decks could take advantage of that in the Pauper meta?
Yeah, so I would be looking at some monocolored aggressive decks, like the mono-red Kuldotha deck, or mono-blue Delver is actually another one where your mana enters the battlefield untapped, so all of a sudden if you win the die roll and you have like a very aggressive start, you can just win the game before the opposing deck even gets going. The other side of that coin is that if the game stalls out, the slower deck with higher card quality is going to be favored, just like in any other format. So yes, you can take advantage of it, but the 3-color pilots also know that, so they will compensate by playing more, cheap answers in their sideboard, etc., etc. So it's like the metagame cycle, and it's just very balanced, to be honest. Like, all the fast decks are good, the slow decks are also good, so...
I think you hit the nail on the head, and I said it earlier on. I just think that is the key word when you describe Pauper. Just balanced. It just seems so well balanced. Every deck has got a chance against every other deck. You can tailor your sideboard with various different cards, and because it is every card printed in Magic the Gathering at a common sort of value base, it means that you got 30 years worth of cards to try and choose from. There is a banned list, of course, because some cards can really just make certain decks super explosive, but on the most part, you've got access to so many cards, so you can realistically win so many matchups as long as you come prepared, thinking that you can kind of estimate the meta moving forward. Is there any I want to go with. I'm going to mention it. I kind of promised someone I would end up mentioning it, but like Cycle Storm is a deck not very well played by much, but kind of when you hit certain pilots, pick it up. Is combo a real legit thing that you can do in this format, or is it kind of a okay? I managed to like get in under the radar, get a 5-0, and now that's just a bit of hype behind it. What's your thoughts on combo in a Pauper element?
Yeah, so traditionally the combo decks in Pauper have either been not tier 1 options or too good and gotten banned. So what's interesting is I think Cycling Storm is a great example of something where practicing the deck really pays off. So even though I couldn't pick it up and play it tomorrow at a great level, but those who did practice it a lot can perform with it on par with the tier 1 strategies. So it's, again, if you're an expert, you can do a lot of things. And also with Lotus Petal, Dark Ritual, Cabal Ritual, Legal, players are going to toy around with those and see what they can do. And Cycle Storm is definitely a cool one. That's a nice shout out.
Yeah, I really. This is one of the decks that when I was looking at Pauper format, I went, "What does this do?" I had a little look at it, and then, obviously played a league with it. Classic 0-5, got completely destroyed. It was absolutely messing it all up, but then worked through it and was able to kind of get some wins under my belt with it. And I was like, it seems like a really cool deck, and it's got a lot of angles to fight through, a lot of hate in the format as well. But it definitely rewards you for being an expert in that. So, on this one, we're coming towards the end of this round. This is round number 3, of course, of 6. Double elimination, where we've got 64 of your favorite content creators all battling out on their platform of choice in the format, which is Pauper. Once they get 2 losses, they are gone. They're out of the tournament. We're only going to bring you everybody with positive records for the rest of the stream, and they're trying to win themselves their share of $5,000, as well as some cool, there's lots of chests on the line, lots of play points on the line, and we're going to have lots of giveaways as well throughout today's stream. So make sure you're sticking around in the stream, keep the chat up, make sure you're around when the giveaways start going. Once they kick off, I think the first words that are going to be giving away in the stream is going to be Showdown. So when you see the word Showdown coming up in the chat, make sure you start spamming that to be in the chance of winning yourself 120 play points courtesy of Daybreak Games. But it gets even better. It is going to be a beacon giveaway is also happening later on in the stream, and that's where you're going to get a full bundle. You get this awesome microphone here that you see on the screen. This is a brand that is designed for content creators. That microphone is absolutely amazing. It does exactly what it says on the tin, and it will give you the best sound quality that you need. If you want to start your content creator journey, or if you're even on that, this is going to be a great way to improve it. That giveaway will be coming up towards the later rounds, so make sure, again, you have to stick around for that. The early rounds are going to be play points. The later rounds is going to be that. Personally, huge shout out to Beacon for being able to pick that prize up for us. This stream, of course, is sponsored by them, as well as Daybreak Games, so huge shout out to them, because I just love high competitive Magic. I love watching it. I love commentating on it. And, I couldn't ask for a better dance partner than yourself today, my friend. So, but I hope you've been working out a little bit. Those shoulders are going to need to be big and strong to carry me through the rest of today, because we've got 3 more rounds, as I said. So we're going to step away. We're going to have a short break. We're going to get ready for round number 4, and we'll be back with more Pauper action. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly. Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the MTGO Creators Showdown, where we're bringing you 64 of your favorite content creators all together battling out in a 6-round double elimination tournament. And you get to see that not only on this stream but also from their side on their own personal platforms that they're going to be streaming from. So we're giving you that the unique dynamic. It is on a 3-minute delay though, so be warned. And we are sweetening that deal on this side of the channel, at least, where we're going to bring a lot of giveaways for all you beautiful people. We've got 120 play points that are going to be popping up, so make sure you look out in chat for when that starts happening. Also, make sure towards the end of today's stream we've got that beacon giveaway for all you beautiful people as well that are looking to get into content creating, or maybe you want to move into content creating, because that is what beacon do. They make kit specially designed for content creators to give them the, basically making your life easier so you can make your creation even better. But in the booth today, we've got myself, Will Hall, better known on the internet as Will Hall EXP, and I'm joined by Andreas Peterson, who just came off the Magic Online Showdown. Was it Showdown? You did
Champion
Showcase, thank you very much. You knew I was going to mess that up. We talked about it before, but straight off that, so you, sir, have played at the highest level that you can on Magic the Gathering Online, and you've been up there, you fought with the best of them. I know multiple times you said you've got the Pro Tour coming up, so I don't want anyone better than you to be in that seat right now, carrying us through this format as the expert, because of course it is Pauper, and I love this format. I have fallen in love with this format. It is so good. It's so balanced. It's got some really powerful spells, but put in certain decks, it just do some crazy things that you realistically wouldn't see in other formats of Magic the Gathering. So we're going into round number 4. We've got our 2 players ready to go, going head to head. Who is it? Is the question I'm going to be asking, because I didn't manage to get that down. I haven't got it down, so we're going to wait for production to tell me which 2 players we've got in our main feature match. So before we do, they kind of set that up for us, we're going to talk about Pauper. And what is it? Give me a quick explanation of what Pauper is. What cards are legal in this format? What can I use? Can I use my fetch lands, or do I have to kind of rely on something else? What's the sort of power level that you pick this format on? Talk to me about it. What is your take on Pauper, my friend?
Yeah, so Pauper, you can only play cards with the rarity of common, but don't be mistaken. We still have some very, very high power level stuff going on in the format, because we can combine cards printed from 30 years ago with cards that just got legal 3 days ago. And with all the mind power combined of Magic players, that can definitely build some very, very efficient decks. So today you can expect action of various speeds, and I would say sometimes the games finish quickly. Decks can be aggressive, looking to reduce the opponent's life total all the way down to 0 fast, but you will also see combo decks taking a while on the complicated turns. You'll see control decks trying to stabilize and win on the later turns once we reach the double-digit turns. So I'd say we have a mixed bag of basically all my favorite candy lined up today.
Well, we do have some. I'm looking at the deck list now. They've just been posted who's going to be our main feature match, and one of them is, of course, fan favorite Yellow Hat himself, Gabriel Nassif, the Hall of Famer, and he is on a, what are we going to call this deck? This is a Boros. It looks like an aggro deck, but it's not. We've got Squadron Hawks in there. It looks like guilds to me. I'm just having a look. But
yeah, so I can talk a little bit about this deck.
Talk to me about it.
This deck is basically what you would think, oh, this is some white weenie deck, but it's really not. It's a very grindy deck that looks to take advantage of grindy elements like Squadron Hawk, like Battle Screech. You're looking to discard flashback cards to Faithless Looting and Thrilling Discovery, especially a card like Prismatic Strands. I really want to keep an eye out for that card. That card is a 3-mana, prevent all damage from a source of your choice, and it has flashback of just 0 mana and tapping an untapped white creature. So that means if that card is in the yard and Gab has an untapped white creature, he can basically Time Walk or Fog or Moment's Peace, however you want to slice it. And depending on the matchup, that could be highly relevant.
So I'm looking at this list, and it just looks like a kind of value type Boros deck. Is that what this is? It's just an aggro deck in the hands of Gabriel Nassif. Surely I'm reading this wrong, right?
Yeah, so this deck can do a little bit of everything. It can win somewhat fast because of the card Rally the Peasants, which is a 3-mana instant that gives all your creatures +2/+0. That card even has flashback, so another card to beneficially discard to the aforementioned red cards. But this deck can also grind out the game and just win a super long game, because none of the cards individually in this deck are worth trading a card for. Like resource-wise, we're looking at Thraben Inspector, Novice Inspectors with clues. Sacred Cat comes back. Lunar Veteran comes back. A bunch of flashback cards. So Yeah.
Well, going up against Haunter X on Black Green Gardens. Now, this isn't a deck I've run into much at all in the leagues. Talk to me about this one. What makes this deck stand out, and why is this now a 3-0 deck?
This is a 3-0 deck because it has awesome tools to deal with many small value creatures at the same time. Basically, the card Crypt Rats allows Haunter X to sweep the board and play on from there. So basically undo all the value that these small creatures have. The deck also features a smattering of spud removal. That's going to be the bad draws in this matchup. And then this deck is trying to win a longer game with either the initiative mechanic or the monarch mechanic. You can see 2 copies of Avenging Hunter and 2 copies of Thorn of the Black Rose in here.
So when you say, this is something I just want to point out. We've got the initiative and the monarch mechanic legal in Pauper here, and this deck utilizing both, right?
Yes, we have Avenging Hunter, which is an initiative creature, and Thorn of the Black Rose, which is a monarch creature. So theoretically, you can be both the monarch and have the initiative at the same time. So basically, you just have to picture yourself running through this dungeon with a crown on your head, and I kind of like that
value.
thought.
I love that as well. As a D&D player, that's all I really want to do in general. Is I just want to go into the dungeon with a crown on my head and take all the loot and run away with it. What do you think some of the key cards are going to be in this matchup? Like, looking at Gab's deck, it looks like a lot of 1-drops in that deck. Wants to be very aggressive. And now I'm looking at Crypt Rats, and I'm like, that seems like that might line up pretty well.
Yeah, definitely. The sweepers I'm going to highlight here. 3 copies of Crypt Rats, 1 copy of Drown in Sorrow, and even 1 more Drown in Sorrow in the sideboard. Those are going to be the cards that's going to create a dynamic, because we do play open deck lists where Gabriel Nassif is going to know about those cards, but the more time you give the green-black deck, the more time they have to draw into those cards. So I think we're going to see some gut decisions by Yellow Hat here, whether to play all the creatures out or kind of slow roll some of them a little bit and play for post sweeper.
So there's a lot of removal in this deck, and I guess this is a meta game choice. You expect a meta full of creatures in it, and by using 1 Drown in Sorrow in the main, were we coming expecting going up against like a lot of aggressive red decks here? Is going up against creature decks? I feel like that's got to be favoured for us because we've got so much removal going on, especially just in the main before you even get to that sideboard.
Definitely. We've gotten to a point in Pauper where main decking sweepers, that's just perfectly fine for the expected metagame. So this is definitely another example of that. Also, Crypt Rats can finish the game off damage-wise by itself. Okay. If you manage to...
Like a mini fireball.
Yeah, like you build your own fireball in case you're not too far behind on life. Also, we see Troll of Khazad Dûm here, an awesome Lord of the Rings card, where this card is pulling double duty. Not only can you cycle it early to get your mana going, do note it can fetch Haunted Mire, which is a green land, but also a swamp. But later on, that card also hits like a truck, so lots of stuff going on here.
All right, well, let's move back, of course. Let's have a little look at Yellow Hat's deck list. We did obviously speak about this, but let's just have a quick look for all you people at home. So you can have get eyes on, because some of us are visual people like myself. This is the 75 that is bought. It looks very aggressive, very low to the ground, and this, in general, this should just be a metagame call by Gab, because everyone's going to be expecting him to be on, a control deck of sorts. To turn up with this is completely offbeat for that I would expect him to be on.
Yeah, that is true. The value of coming with something out of left field kind of goes away because of the open decklist dynamic. So the opponent's gonna know that even though I play against Yellow Hat, who usually likes like mid-range and control, I can just see what he registered. So that's not really an advantage. But I think Gab hit the nail on the head here with finding a lot of cheap creatures that aren't really quote unquote worth using spot removal on, and trying to gain some virtual card advantage that way. And I think I like this deck quite a bit. Also, we see a small addition from Modern Horizons 3 here in Thraben Charm, which is just a flexible card. Most of the time it's going to be a removal spell, but it can also do some other work. Exile target player's graveyard or destroy pesky enchantment.
I want to talk to you about, and we haven't, this is the first time we're seeing them, these kind of new fetch lands that have been in Modern Horizons 3. We've got the Shattering Landscapes there, this landscape cycle that has been printed. Do you think this is going to be topping up a lot more throughout the days? This personally, I think this is a great cycle produced at common for free color decks and moving forward in this format.
Yeah, definitely. I think they just do a good job of printing these cards that are just like marginal upgrade to previous options. Like Evolving Wilds was not that long ago a Pauper staple. So, but this is obviously going to be better because it has this flexibility of tapping for colorless in case you need the mana right now. And if you're okay taking the time off, you can fetch your tap land of the desired color. So yeah, just a small addition, adds a little bit of consistency to the mana base and the Boros deck's ability to cast its spells.
And usually, you know, with aggressive, like the aggro decks, if we're going to put a label on it, they don't really have much to mid to late game, no way of really refilling their hand. But when you're playing things like Novice Inspector, Fravor Inspector, Field of Discovery, Faithless Looting, these are lots of ways that, you know, being able to gain advantage, because as you mentioned, a lot of our cards are going to have flashback anyway, so you can start putting them into our graveyard, refilling our hand with you know, the creatures that we need, deploying them, cracking some of these clues, kind of moving forward that way and turning the button. Does that give this deck a unique element, you know, opposed to other aggro decks?
Yeah, I would say so, because this deck can kill fast with, you know, play a bunch of creatures, cast Rally the Peasants, but it can also grind with the best of them. Just Squadron Hog and Faithless Looting, that's just a very, very good engine, similar to Squadron Hog and Brainstorm, and we can just take advantage of these extra cards that you don't care too much about. So I really love the synergy between the flashback cards, the Hawks, and the red draw spells of Faithless Looting and Thrilling Discovery. So definitely this deck has more durability than your average aggro deck.
But you did mention it is opening deck lists, so you know that there's a potentially more sweepers than you'd like to see, especially in the main deck on the other side over for Haunter X. Does that mean that Gab's going to have to play this a little bit slower going forward, not deploy everything on the battlefield in one go? Or, but if he does do it all in one go and does a sweeper, is the deck able to kind of rebuild from that with, as you mentioned, Squadron Hawks, etc.?
Yeah, it's going to be very hard to just give a clear-cut answer to that. It's going to be very context-dependent. But I'm curious to see. I'm pretty sure that Gab is going to find a good line and level of aggressiveness to deal with what's in front of him here.
Okay, well, we're heading down to the match. It looks like we're going to swap those pictures around. Gabby, going to see if it's definitely going to be at the top of your screen here, and Hornet X is at the bottom. But that is what these two beautiful players look like as we move into round number 4 here of the Creator Showdown. So I think, from the way it's lined up, like, Gab would have been on the play here, which is where he would have wanted to be. Already managed to add a couple of small creatures to the battlefield, and now firing off a Faithless Looting.
Yeah, and this is exactly the kind of start that Gab wants. Also note that he developed a Boros Garrison, which is also a card to, you know, gain kind of card advantage in the mid game, because then all of a sudden your land taps for 2 mana. Maybe you don't need the land you return to your hand. Then you can ditch it to a Faithless Looting, and all of a sudden you're kind of just building up these resources. Why do we see that in Pauper? Why am I seeing a lot of decks use the Boros Garrison type deck in this instance, but a lot of the bounce lands, as they've been known now across, because obviously it sees a bit of play in Modern in Titan. Why are they one of the lands that Pauper decks go to now, opposed to some of the tapped artifact dual lands that we see? Yeah, so for this deck, it's basically you get mana fixing and you get card advantage in one card. So just imagine you have an opening hand with 2 lands. It's a basic land and a Boros Garrison. All of a sudden, you have access to 3 mana, but you only spend 2 cards on it. So at its core, it's just card advantage. So if the format doesn't have many, Stone Rain effects or stuff like that to punish it, it's very, very strong in these aggro to mid-range decks.
And I love that about this format. Like it feels like every single deck is trying to get blood out of stone, so to speak. Like it's ouncing every single bit of advantage it possibly can. And just as something as simple as the lands that you spoke about then, just being able to get that extra land in your hand, potentially a redundant land that we could ditch to a Faithless Looting. That's so key, and it's a really cool way of looking at the format. Like until you said it then, it makes perfect sense. But now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, that's huge. That's such a cool little interaction, which we're seeing here, because we have to, because our cards don't particularly line up as powerful as they do in some other formats. So huge C there from you, sir, my friend. I love that moving forward. But now looks like we're going to see a lot of removal get fired off from Hunter X, kind of stem the bleeding a little bit. Here comes a cast down, but it doesn't feel great when we have to tap 2 mana to get rid of a Novice Inspector. Once it's already created a clue token, right?
This is the stuff we talked about in the pregame. If you have to play a premium hard removal to clear a 1-drop value creature, then it's not really the best. So also I want to highlight the interaction between Colony Garden making a 0-1 plant and then sacrificing it to Deadly Dispute after blocking. That's an immense amount of value. So we see Deadly Dispute in a bunch of strategies, and yeah, it turns out playing a tapped forest, which creates a 0-1 token, is a good way to make use of Deadly Dispute.
Well, next time Haunter will have access to 5 mana, so I can play an Avenging Hunter himself, and potentially try and stem the bleeding with that bit, the big body of that, as well as having the initiative going through, so it can again start advancing the land drops and potentially going a little bit deeper into that dungeon. Gab on the other side just looks like we've got a little flooded here. Does have access to Faithless Looting if needs be to try and get some of these lands into the graveyard and refresh them with some new card draw. An Anthem effect, not really great when you've only got 2 creatures. We want to be doing that while we've got a big board, and on that we've got a little bit more removal and some protection. So these cards aren't lining up great for Gab right now.
No, that's very true. Gab got off to a flying start here, and it looked like Haunter X was kind of on the back foot, but once you only get attacked by 2, you can kind of develop your hand with another Deadly Dispute, and now we see you even draw into a copy of Crypt Rats, so you can kind of pick your spot later. That's going to be huge. I do have to say, though, that Crypt Rats deals damage, and Prismatic Strands in Gabriel Nassif's graveyard prevents damage. So just one untapped white creature can kind of throw a wrench in that plan later. So that's definitely going to be on both players' minds.
Yeah, that's huge. Just again, another little interaction that rewards you for knowing this format more. We're going to go for the Defile. That's going to give -1 counter, so no damage to be prevented there. That's going to get rid of another creature. Here comes one of the bounce lands that we were speaking about. Maybe the Guardian's going to come back to our hand, so we can try and get a little bit of value out of that later on moving forward. Maybe generate another plant token. But right now we're passing the turn with a cast out in hand. The way that the hands are looking right now, would you say anyone's advantage right now, or is it still anybody's game to win?
So strategically, I'm going to wait until Gab has resolved this Faithless Looting, and then I'm going to answer.
Smart. I like it. Okay, now answer it.
Now I like Gab's spot, because those 2 cards were very strong. Thrilling Discovery, it's another card that can kind of churn these flashback cards or excess lands into business spells. And Battle Screech is just, it's just a solid card, especially because it creates these untapped flyers that you can cast Prismatic Strands for free off of, and you can, just peck away at your opponent's life total.
Okay, we're going to see Springleaf Drum going to the graveyard. Why am I seeing Springleaf Drums in this deck? Is there any synergies in that, or is it just to be able to kind of explode a little bit quicker?
It's basically just to have more... no hidden synergies. It's basically just to play it the old-fashioned way, where you try and have a little bit more mana than you're supposed to on a given turn. And oftentimes you have let's say a spare creature lying around that you don't have to attack with. Like, it's not a big deal to not attack with a 1/1. So the cost of that card is quite small compared to, the extra amount of mana it creates.
Okay, well, on the other side, Haunter cards line up well. We've got Icarwell Spring into the Blade. That's going to get rid of the last creature on the battlefield, meaning that we can start, hitting our land drops, making this little... I'm seeing a lot of 2-for-1s here on Haunter's side, where on Gab's side is not really able to get the cogs spinning, so to speak, at this point.
Right. It can be like, this is the death by 1,000 paper cuts, basically, where things are seemingly moving kind of slow. But I would say at this point, both decks are firing on all their cylinders. So I think this game is going to be extremely interesting. Something I will note is Gab chose to dump all of the flashback cards, and Haunter X has 2 copies of Bajuka Bog in his deck list. So at any given moment, Haunter X can draw Bajuka Bog and get rid of 2 Prismatic Strands from Gab's graveyard. So I'm sure Gab thought of that, and it's like a calculated risk. It's just a very important dynamic to this game.
Well, that last turn is absolutely huge. Right? We were able to add 4 more flyers to the battlefield. We've got, I believe, a way to give protection in case a Crypt Rat comes down, and we've also got an Anthem effect in hand and enough mana next turn if we draw an untap. In fact, no, we've already got enough mana to be able to double cast it, right? So potentially all these creatures could be getting +4/+0 next turn, and that's going to be more than enough to clear the battlefield. Is there a set time that maybe we need to pop the rats, to use a better term?
Yeah, so this dynamic, both players know that Prismatic Strands is a factor, Crypt Rats is a factor, And Gab has played very well with concealing the Rally the Peasants in his hand. So, and that card means he can basically end the game in a big swing. There is some awkwardness to it because if Gab attacks with all creatures, that's basically impossible if Rats is in play. And if he attacks with 4, then all of a sudden the opponent can have a spud removal for the sole untapped creature. Gab tries and respond with Prismatic Strands, then you can respond by popping the rat. I just took your expression there. It's not the best expression to learn. I'll try and come up with a better one. But there's going to be some interesting stuff here if Haunter deploys the rat here.
Let us know, chat, if you can think of a better way to explain when you use the Crypt Rats mechanic to basically do a one-side board wrap. If you can think of a better thing than pop the rats, let us know in chat. We'll pick it up. But a little reminder for you all: it is a 3-minute delay, and one of the giveaways has just started. So make sure you type the word Showdown in chat if you haven't already, to be in for a chance of winning 200 play points. That can be spent on whatever you like. You can pick yourself into some Pauper leagues. You can try and get yourself into some drafts, some cubes, whatever takes your fancy. That is going to be the way to get into it, and it's going to be free courtesy of Daybreak Games. So make sure you type the word Showdown in chat. Now, this seems like a very awkward turn to navigate here because the way it's lining up, we might be going to a game 2 momentarily, right?
Yes, Haunter X here decides to flip the Tithing Blade, which is basically, I would say, a sign of weakness. And with open deck lists, Gap is now trying to look into what can Haunter X cast this turn with 3 mana that's gonna stop me from doing a bunch of damage here, because as you said, we can both cast Rally and Flashback Rally here, which means every creature gets +4/+0, and quick math, that's gonna be +20 damage on the 5 flyers in play.
And it's at instant speed as well. This is okay. We're seeing the power of this deck right now, and it's so weird to be still seeing the power of this deck in Garo and Steve's hand. He wants to be playing blue spells and counter spells. Here comes the and the flashback, and as you said, 20 damage coming across. No removal spell. Gavin and Steve taking down game number 1. We're gonna move to sideboards, but for all you beautiful people watching at home, we're gonna get their deck lists on the screen for you all, and we're gonna have a little talk through them. So let's get Haunter X's deck list on the screen first for everybody to have a look at, because they are a game down. So trying to get back into this, putting us to a game number 3. What do you think needs to be coming in out of this sideboard?
Yeah, I'm looking at the Drown in Sorrow right away. That card would have done wonders in the game we just saw. And then I'm going to say that the reliability of the initiative creature and the monarch creatures really aren't at its finest in this matchup, because Gab is able to play so many small creatures that keeping the initiative or keep staying the monarch is going to be very hard. I'm actually not 100% sure if you're able to cut all of those cards, or you simply have to hope that you can clear the board, then play them out. But the Drown in Sorrow is definitely going to be awesome here. That's for sure.
What do you think of graveyard interaction? Obviously, there's a lot of flashback going on the other side.
Yeah, great.
Do you think we like relics here?
Yeah, I think we want relics here. Great call. I missed it on the list. So even though it isn't like a graveyard combo deck, it's still just discarding these Prismatic Strands or discarding these Rally the Peasants. If you have a relic in play, you can really take the top off of the potency of that deck.
Yeah, kind of like once you've dealt with it once, you don't have to deal with it yet again, and that's where Gab's deck is really going to be getting their card advantage from. So let's get across to Gab's decks, have a little look at Yellow Hat's list, this Boros aggressive aggro strategy. So a game up, just needs to win 1 more at this sideboard. What'd you like bringing in?
Yeah, so it looks like Gab doesn't have that many options here. There's the Guardian's Pledge, which is a 3-mana instant that gives +2/+2 to all your white creatures. So theoretically, he could choose to go, I'll just submit my same strategy and let my opponent worry about me, or maybe add that card. The thing about the green-black deck is it dodges a lot of the mainstay sideboard options in the format, like Artifact Hate, Red Elemental Blast, Blue Elemental Blast. And that's part of why the deck is so strong, in my opinion, that it simply flies a bit under the radar when it comes to sideboarding.
It does seem cool. It is a very different strategy going forward, and some people will question Lightning Bolt's such a strong card. Do you want to be an aggro deck? Only 2 copies of it in here, because it's not the real use of it. It's realistically going to be able to a little bit to go face if we need be, but it's more to clear blockers out the way so we can get those Anthem effects and use them to full effect. It's a cool list to kind of see moving forward. As you mentioned, I've been playing a lot of Pauper for the last month, right? And I haven't seen this. I'm going to call it like it's down as green black food or green black gardens.
Yeah.
It looks very mono black-esque to me. I'm trying to see what's the actual green for.
The actual green is
cards?
sideboarding options and a couple of Avengers to have better finishers. The initiative creature.
Sweet. Well, I mean, told in my ear that they're ready to go. So let's go down to our feature match. Remember, this is round number 4, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in, of 6 that we're bringing you today, and it is double elimination. The format is Pauper, and we are starting with Gabriel Nassif at the top of your screen versus Haunter X at the bottom. Gabriel Nassif 1 game up with this powerful Boros list. Don't see any red mana in the hand, but I do see a lot of 1 white drop, so can potentially get 3 creatures on the battlefield as early as turn number 2. And on the other side, looking at it, it looks like those relics did come in, so a way to kind of deal with the graveyards and that flashback ability we saw multiple times happen in game number 1, as well as just drawing now an edict effect. How do you like this? These opening hands? Are these good keeps? Are these a bit risky?
Yeah, so I saw Gab just keep a 1-lander, and I would guess he would never do that on the play. On the draw, you have a couple of draws to get there, and the clue to keep you going. So that's what we're going to see here. And to be honest, that deck really wants to set up. So like the last game, let's give it a couple of turns and see where things are at. Meanwhile, Haunter X has developed their mana and has Relic of Progenitus in play, so now Gab has to play smartly with Faithless Looting and flashback cards.
And then we're going to see a Crypt Wraps is drawn off the top. Here comes an edict effect. Which one of this exactly same card would you like to see? And it goes, we're going to get the Fraven Inspector off the battlefield. Is there any cards in Pauper that can punish you for having multiple of the same named card?
That's so
I know
funny.
there is in Magic, but is there any in Pauper?
I just thought of it the moment it happened. And since we're playing open decklist, we know that Haunter X has not registered Echoing Decay. If we're playing closed decklist, then the correct play from Yellowhead would be to sacrifice one of the Novice Inspectors. But with open decklist, you can do whatever you want.
Well, we just, Batman, if we kept to 1 lander over on Gab's side here and we're just ripping land after land, at what point is too many land when we've got things like Faithless Looting in our hand as well?
Yeah, that's the big strength of that deck, is you have the Faithless Looting to make sure when you have few lands, you can look for more. When you have too many lands, you can dump them. So that deck does a great job from a non-blue deck. Like, that's usually a Brainstorm thing, right? Where you can manage your land spell ratio throughout the game. But that's one of the biggest strengths of the Boros deck, that on, let's say turn 10, you can just have a good land spell ratio still, thanks to those cards. So yeah, very, very awesome.
It is really, really cool to see. And of course, we're going to create a little bit of damage in there and just leave up the 1 red mana. We have looked at their sideboards. We feel like that's got a favor. Hornet X got a lot more cards to be able to bring in this matchup. Not too many over on Gab's side. So does that mean it's going to be easier for Hornet X to neutralize everything that Yellow Hat's going to do and potentially try and take us to a game 3? Obviously, cards and what they draw are dependent, but realistically, if we were able to bring in more cards and take out our bad cards over on Hornet's side, it's got to be favoring them, right?
Compared to game 1, yes, but overall, I think just all those small pesky creatures, you still have to have spot removal, like the Defiles of the world, and they're just gonna line up poorly against that deck. So even though you can get 3 or 4 small adjustments, I'll just say it gets slightly less worse after sideboard.
I love how you put it, where you said Death by 1,000 cuts. That is a great way of putting what Gab's trying to do.
Yeah, definitely. And when your strategy has a lot of spot removal, like the Edict effect, it's just going to be a rough day at the office. You can overcome it, but it's going to be a rough one.
Here comes a Deadly Dispute and a turn on that Ica Wellspring, so that's going to be 3 more cards going to the grip. This deck's very good at refilling its hand, right, and hitting every land drop, being able to kind of do multiple spells in one turn. The problem right now is we haven't managed to find any of our good sweepers. We're in the Drowning Sorrows. We're just being able to find the Crypt Rats. With Crypt Rats, though, can we activate that multiple times in one turn if we have enough mana? So let's say I have a Crypt Rats activated. In response, they prevent all combat damage. Can I then turn if I've got enough mana to use my crit wraps to kind of respond to that, or can it only be done once in one turn? How does that interaction work?
That is a genius thing to point out, because that is exactly the case, and at that point it becomes a mana situation, right? So if you have enough mana, you can definitely do that, and because Gab's creatures don't have that much toughness, it's not going to be unlikely that we see a double activation of Crypt Rats in this match. Very, 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 very good observation.
That's cool. It's just I'm learning as we go as well. I've only really been tipping my toes in this format in the last month, but I've said it multiple times. I have fallen in love with this format. It's so cool, and I love that I'm still learning different interactions and seeing what 64 content creators brought to this event. And that's one of the beauties of it, right? They are content creators. They don't need to just try and take the tier 1 deck. They try and adapt to it. They try and attack it from different angles. They come with their spin on these, on this meta in general, and we're seeing, I think what we're in now, this is the 4th game we've seen, and every time it's been a different deck, and I love seeing that, and I hope that continues through our last couple of rounds, because we are getting to those later rounds where we're going to be able to give a giveaway from Beacon. Make sure you stick around for that giveaway that's going to be happening. But more importantly, every player wants to get a 4-2 record, a 5-1 record, or a 6-0 record to be in with a chance of that $5,000 that is on the line. Back to the match. It looks like now we're going to start firing this relic off, kind of trimming away at that graveyard, because we do have multiple of them. So I think Gab's got to write his graveyard off as being usable in this match, and that's why we're seeing this Faithless Looting stick in the hand for as long as it has been. But being able to get this little bit of chip damage in every turn, it's going to add up, right?
Yes, definitely. And also, this is just also a heads-up play, I would say, because Gab realizes I can't, play my best when it comes to value in these flashback cards, but I can at least fire them off and demand answers from my opponent and trade favorably here. Also, like last game we saw, Gab slow rolled, or like he really cared about keeping that Rally the Peasants in hand. And this is going to be one more of those situations where it's always going to be a threat for Hunter X, but he doesn't know for sure if it's in Gab's hand. And that dynamic is super scary.
We're seeing a lot of mana tapped here, and we're going to see the flipped side, which is consuming Specular. So at the beginning of each upkeep, each opponent loses 1 life, you gain 1 life. So another way for us to gain a little bit of incremental life each turn, especially while Gab on the other side is just doing a point of damage. We're basically having a little bit of a time walk effect here and making sure that Gab has to commit more to the battlefield, so then we're really trying to find the optimal time for this Crypt Rats.
Yes, that is the point of this. One of the points of this Green-Black Gardens deck is you have a grindy element like the flipped blade, so the opponent kind of has to do something. You want them to overextend, you want to punish with a sweeper. You basically want to set up situations where any turn cycle that passes by is going to favor you. So that's the situation, you want to set up if you're the Golgari player.
And seeing Squadron Hawks come down here, I suppose that's a good way of counteracting that, right? Like, I can deploy 1 threat into it, but I'm going to gain another 3 threats into my hand. So, if you've got 1 sweeper, you're going to need a second sweeper, because I can refill the battlefield next turn. And so far in this match, I've not seen any sweepers to be used to good effect against him. Here comes the bounce land. Or I think someone in chat said it was called a kangaroo land, and I really liked the idea that they're called kangaroo lands now.
I think it's Karoo, but I'm not sure.
I'm going to go kangaroo. I like kangaroos. You know what I mean? I like that idea.
Jumping to your hand?
Yeah, I like that. I'm all about the flavour. We're going to see Relic's going to start doing some damage here. So 2 cards in the graveyard. Relic's going to be able to eat both of them. So no flashback or internalize stuff going on. Or shenanigans happening that way. We're going to lose life, gain a life. So we're going to see Bob the dog, which of course Yellow Hat is kind of semi-famous for that MTGO username at this point. I'm sure there's some really cool history behind it, but I don't know it. Maybe I'll have to ask him it next time I see him face to face.
To add a little bit of lore to the coverage.
Oh yeah. He's one of my favourite people to meet and interact with. He's so cool. I love watching his stream. I love interacting with him face to face. He's just such a great person to have in Magic the Gathering and speed. On top of that, he's an amazing player and of course a Hall of Famer to boot. Here comes the Lambus. I could talk to you about Lambus bread all day long and my Lord of the Rings lore, but I won't. I'll save you and the chat that spiel. But I am a huge Lord of the Rings fan. Are you a fan of the films or the novels?
I can't say I am. So a lot of the references, I don't really get the double whammy of, whoa, I love this, another hobby, but I love Magic the most, and now I can have both of them. I had a little bit with some of the other collaborations, like The Walking Dead and stuff. That was cool.
Oh, I stopped watching, and spoilers, chat, for anybody listening. When Glenn was gone, that was me. I was gone with it. I was like, nope, okay, cool. You've got rid of Glenn, I'm gone now. I don't want to do this anymore. Yeah, I'm a big fan of it. I did read the comics long time ago when it came out. So we're kind of clearing up the board a little bit here, but we're replenishing it with Squadron Hawks coming down to more what you were speaking about, death by 1,000 cuts, and Gab realizes this, and it's just chipping away every single time, kind of getting a little bit of damage in, and eventually might just be able to cross the line with one of these big Anthem effects. And we can see 2 of them in the hand for him now.
Definitely. And also in the meantime, Haunter X has found a copy of Drown in Sorrow, which is not a card you can counter with Prismatic Strands. So that card is like the sure thing when it comes to sweeping the board. So Gab obviously knows the likelihood of Haunter X having one of these sweepers is incredibly big. So how do I bait out the first one? Because it looks like Gab kind of has to play for the long run, the long game, I should say.
When is the opportune moment to do it? Do we wait as long as we possibly can, or do we fire it off right now and then make Gab kind of rebuild his board straight away to give us more time, so potentially we can draw into more copies of this and pull away with the match? Like, when is the kind of the optimal point to it? How much resources are we willing to use? Our life total over on Horner X's side.
Yeah, so if I'm in the Golgari player's shoes here, I would be looking at when does a Rally the Peasants in my opponent's hand become lethal, and at that point, I really wanna fire off my sweeper, because it would just feel pretty bad to pass the turn once more and then just die out of nowhere, right? Right now that would be how much? That would be 15 damage. So yeah, that would just not feel very good. So I would imagine the sweeper sees the stack before we know it.
Okay, so we're looking at Gab now, 9 cards in hand. Nothing new there, let's be honest. But with the 2 cards that he's deciding, he's in the tank of what 2 cards he wants to put to the graveyard. What information is this going to give Haunter X about what potentially is in Gab Nassif's hand? Like, if we discard one of these protection spells, does that mean, okay, he's probably got a second one in there? We know about the Squadron Hawks, and there's going to be at least 2 more in there. But what sort of signals and information can we gain from knowing what Gab's putting into the graveyard?
Yeah, so we have known information when it comes to the Squadron Hawks, and then we have the game 1, kind of the data on, okay, Gab is willing to slow roll his Rally the Peasants, because that is better, like, coming out of nowhere than in the graveyard as a known entity. Also, we know that Gab most likely knows how to play around Relic and kind of find a good middle ground between presenting powerful stuff and not just throwing away all his powerful cards. So with that being said, if I'm in the Golgari seat, I would think if Gab has at least 1 Rally the Peasants in hand, and aside from that, tough to say. I guess discarding the Prismatic Strands also kind of communicates that I might have 1 more in hand, but it's mainly the Rally the Peasants I would be worried about, and that's why we see the sweeper here.
Yeah, we see Drown in Sorrows coming down, giving all creatures -2/-2 in turn of turn, and we get a Scry 1 for our ability, which is nice. That means we can kind of, again, keep turning and burning through this turn, hold up. We see we've got a Crit Wraps in hand and multiple ways of drawing cards, as well as Bojuka Bog if we do want to exile that graveyard and keep our relics on top of the graveyard, so to speak. So at the minute, if we were to use both of them by tapping and exiling 1 card, then only one there'd be 1 card left in there, and of course Gab gets to choose what card that is. So, but deciding to sit back on this Bojuka Bog, doesn't want to fire off just yet. Has also an Edict effect in hand, which we spoke about at the start of today's broadcast, and how effective they could be and how it's been moved away from the meta currently. But Gab's just going all in here. Spent all the creatures on the battlefield and saying, look, if you've got another way of another sweeper, you've got me, but it's going to have to be another Drown in Sorrow, because I do have a way of dealing with a Crit Wraps.
Yeah, so Gab, like I alluded to a couple of turns before, is Gab kind of knew that the first onslaught of creatures, that wasn't going to be enough, but this is, like as you said, his all-in move, his second bullet in the chamber, and it looks like Haunter X is well equipped to deal with this. just showing the power of, I think even having the flipped Tithing Blade in play, just keep draining for 1 life each upkeep. I think that's going to be his win condition in this game. Simply just making sure that the game goes on long enough for that to get the job done. I'm pretty curious if that comes to fruition.
What about this? If we can hit off the map and give these the crit rats +1/+1, then we can activate the crit rats and just do a one-sided sweeper.
Yes, that great point here. The map token, if you hit a spell off top, all of a sudden you can grow your creature. And it looks like Gab is not too interested in that interaction, so he fires off the Thraben Charm.
Then we can just activate this in response, right? Pop in the rat. No one's told me it looks anything better so far in the chat.
Yes, we can definitely activate Crypt Rats, and it's actually I'm actually kind of curious how much. Okay, we just do it for 1. It looks like. It was an option to do more, but. And also, this is a cool interaction. Look at this, Will. We see the activation of Crypt Rats, but in response, we cast Deadly Dispute, sacrificing the Crypt Rats.
Oh, I love it. I love it. The value that is being generated here is maximum. And this might just be enough to kind of get us turning the corner, so to speak. Because, of course, every spell that is also cast this turn is going to add to the storm count. And we do see a Weather the Storms did come in at the sideboard. So that might be we get again fired off this turn.
Yes, I kind of get a little surprised by seeing that card, but I mean, seeing it in its full blossom here is quite awesome. So Haunter X has the ability to gain a ton of life and essentially put this game out of reach unless Gabriel Nassif can really rally off some good draws from the top of the deck.
I really want to see a hard cast Troll of Khazad-dûm. Just for all the Lord of the Rings fans in chat and myself, we want to see that on the battlefield, the powerful 6/5 that can only be blocked by 3 or more creatures. Which basically means it's going to be terrible if you're the one trying to block it. Here comes a Weather the Storm. Storm count is 4, so 12 life is going to be gained. And this looks like it's going extremely well now for Haunter X.
Yeah, so like 3 or 4 turns ago, Gab had a full hand and a full board of creatures. Now Gab is just down to a couple of Rally the Peasants, which is not the best card without having any creatures, and Prismatic Strands, but no creatures to protect. All the while getting drained for 1 each turn. The opponent has a full grip. Yeah, this is just a clinic from the Golgari deck.
But we do need to put a legible threat on the battlefield to close this game down. We can't give Gab enough time. We already spoke about how Fravin the Spectre is generating clues which add more to the battlefield going on, and with multiple Anthem effects in hand, it could just win the game in one big shot if he's given enough time to rebuild his board. So
definitely.
Now that we've drawn that Troll, it's going to be great moving forward, and we can get that presence going. As here comes another immediate effect.
Yeah, and I think at this point, Gab's only way to win this game has something to do with multiple Battle Screeches. Because Haunter X doesn't have any more sweepers, so having cards that create multiple creatures combined with the Rally the Peasants is the only likely route to victory that I can see.
Yeah, but that's why we love Magic the Gathering, right? Anything can happen. Top decks are a thing in this, and they're so beautiful when they happen. Gab Nassif actually has probably one of the best, if not the best, highlight reel moment in Magic the Gathering. If you're not aware of what I'm talking about, make sure you go and check it out after today's broadcast, because it is crazy, just that whole Storm. Let's just say Gab's familiar with what Storm counts and how that works, because it is awesome. As we kind of see a little stack going ourselves here, we've got the Spinning Darkness, which again is a card I haven't really seen too much of in Magic the Gathering, but it does have the text of you may remove the top 3 black cards in your graveyard from the game instead of paying its mana cost. And then once it resolves, it deals 3 damage to target non-black creature, and you gain 3 life. 2 copies in the main deck here, but obviously damage was prevented, so nothing. That creature will be sticking around until the another Edict effect comes down, of course. And then we're going to eat out the graveyard, so it can't be brought back by Gab Nassif. And yeah, we're just spinning the wheels here. I feel like we're going to be going to a game number 3. It's just how long is it going to take for us to get there? 3 attack steps. Yeah,
the Troll definitely helps in that regard, and I still think Haunter X could just flip the Tithing Blades and win that way, but the Troll is a lot faster, that's true.
I told you, I just wanted to see a hard cash Troll of Keswick-Dune. I'm happy, you're happy, everybody at home's happy. Here comes a Favored Inspector, clue token generated, cracked straight away to go a card deeper. That card is going to be a Novice Inspector, basically the 6th to 8th copy, or 5th to 8th copy of that card. Clue, crack it, draw. Okay, we're turning and burning, we're going through our deck. That's going to let us go another 2 cards deeper with the Thrilling Discovery. Has gained 2 life. You may discard 2 cards if you do draw 3 cards. And of course, these extra redundant lands in our hand are not great. And we didn't really draw much, right? Besides that Favored Inspector.
Yeah,
I'm looking at that Drown in the other hand.
Yeah, first of all, there's Drown in Sorrow in the meantime. A few turns ago, there wasn't a sweeper, so there was a chance, right? And now the life total also is all the way up to 33, so tall task here for Gabriel Nassif, but you have to play it out if you're a true competitor.
Which both of these players are. In fact, every content creator that's taking part in this today, all throwing their names in the hat to, of course, try and take this down. What a sweet tweet it would make later on to say that, yeah, I went 6-0 in the Creator Showdown that happened today on Magic Online. Here comes 4 points of damage coming across, remember, because it does have -2/-2. But because we can flip and get some life gain drain, I think it's still going to be a 1-turn clock before we move to that game number 3. It is on a delay today in case anyone's just tuning in. Obviously, we're getting lots of raids from lots of our content creators today, so we do want to give a huge shout out to everybody tuning in and watching this and hopefully enjoying this format, which is Pauper. It might be the first time you've seen it. It might be that you're a seasoned veteran in it, but I hope you're enjoying it nonetheless because this format is amazing and it is so intricate and all the little decisions that add up to one big win, and we're seeing that here from Hornet X, just being able to kind of dissect all the small parts, having the right cards after sideboard to be able to deal with this aggressive Boros list from Yellow Hat Gab Nassif at the top of your screen. And yeah, I think we're going to a game 3 momentarily, my friend.
Definitely. The bells are definitely ringing for Yellow Hat here, just giving us a good show. And once the turn is passed here, the trigger will be lethal, and the players will be going to sideboarding.
Here, there it is. Hornet X taking down game number 2, of course, in match number 4. So we get to have a little look at the sideboards, the same as everybody else at home. So if we can, production, can we get some deck lists on the screen? Let's start over with Gab Nassif's list. Yellow Hat obviously just lost that game, but it will now be on the play as we go into game number 3. Doesn't look like the great sideboard like you mentioned, but would anything change up now after now seeing kind of how we saw Horns to sideboard?
I think it would be tempting to try and look at either Gorilla Shaman or Dust to Dust and try and, maybe get rid of a Relic and a Blood Fountain or something along those lines. But I think in practice it's just not reliable, so you end up with a very situational card. The other argument, the other side of that argument coin is because you play a deck with Faceless Looting and Thrilling Discovery, you can kind of allow yourself to have, hit or miss cards in the deck. I remember I played a similar list a few years ago, and at the time blue was very played, so I played Pyroblast in the main deck with that same logic that if I don't play against blue, I can just put it away to one of my discard outlets and kind of cycle it that way. So that would be the counter argument to that.
Alright, well, let's see when you move across and look at Haunter X deck list. Obviously, just took that game down, took us into a game number 3. A lot more cards in this sideboard that line up very well against Gab's list. We saw the Weather of the Storms coming. Let's focus on that one, bringing that one in. Do you think all 4 copies came in, or do you think it's just maybe like a 1 or 2 because it's just it's better than some of the other cards that we've got in our deck?
Yeah, so I can't do the exact math, but we didn't see any Avenging Hunter or Thorn of the Black Rose in that game, so maybe Hunter X came to the same conclusion that I did, that simply taking the crown or taking the initiative and maintaining it, it's just not realistic against this white deck that spits out so many small creatures. So maybe those got swapped out, and he's really playing for the long game with the Tithing Blades. But that's, by the way, also an artifact, so maybe we're going to see some number of Dust to Dust out of Gab Nassif for game 3. I'm getting more and more tempted to play around with that strategy, actually.
Yeah, I think that's good. Kind of realizing because we won the first game so quickly, we didn't exactly know. Maybe Gab's new to the Pauper format. Obviously, not new to Magic. Very good at the game. Can adapt very well on the fly. But I can't remember the last time I saw him play much Pauper. So maybe he's going into this tournament semi-blind and just kind of working things out as he goes along. So now moving into game number 3, might be bringing some of that artifact sideboarding cards in, like you said. What about like Snuff Out? This is a card that, when I speak to people, it's a Pauper staple at this point. It's very good. Free mana, as in it is free to cast. I don't actually have to pay any mana for it, just life points. But it is 1/1 removal that does 4 damage to ourselves. Might not be great against this Boros deck that Gab's got, right?
Exactly. The card definitely does not shine against this deck, where Gab doesn't care about any of his single creatures. He cares about the critical mass and kind of out draining the opponent of resources. So yeah, Snuff Out is not the best in this matchup. That's for sure. Okay,
looking at these opening hands, talk to me about them. It looks like we've got a lot of 2-drops over on X's side. But obviously, that means we can only deploy 1 a turn at max. We're over on Gab's side. It's got a lot of ways of turning the burn, and of course, just refilling the hand with 3 more flyers with these Squadron Hawks ETB.
Yeah, this is the ideal start for Gab. His mana base comes into play untapped, and he gets to curve into the Squadron Hawk, go up to a full hand, and he has Thrilling Discovery to just discard 2 copies of Squadron Hawk and move on with life here. Maybe we see Gab discard a Prismatic Strands, depending on how much he respects Graveyard Hate, but who knows.
Is that a Gorilla that just came into hand for Gab?
Yeah, it is in fact a Gorilla Shaman. So after what happened last game, with Gab realizing, okay, my opponent has Relics and the Tithing Blades, and some Blood Tokens, and a little bit of Explore, Gab thought that maybe this Gorilla Shaman is serviceable.
Oh, we're going to miss our 3rd land drop here for Haunter X. That could be huge in this matchup. Of course, all our sweepers are 3 mana or more. So that's going to give maybe another little encouragement to Gab to, again, just do this. Turn everything sideways. Get that damage in, especially with an Anthem effect in hand. Are we going to fire it off now? Yes, we are.
We are, yes. Because then you have a favorable trade onto the 2/2. You get in for 8 or 9 damage, pardon me. And you're threatening to flashback next turn. And all of a sudden, Haunter X is going to be very busy trying to find something like a Bajuka Bog.
Still doesn't find any lands here. Just 1/1 removal. And, of course, all of it costs 2. So we're going to have to start going to our discard. We don't really want to use our treasure token to play out this relic. That doesn't seem like it's going to be great. We're going to need to hit something like land off the top to go Crick Rats into sweep the board.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like it's lined up well.
The thing is, the flashbacked Rally the Peasants makes sure that Gab can attack for exactly 9 damage here.
This is going to be... Yeah, and then we don't even have a way of getting it out of the graveyard, right? Because there's still an extra card in there. Gab's also got the ability, if needs be, to deal with this treasure token on the other side just for 1 mana. Okay.
Spinning Darkness here is a good one.
Talk to me about that. What just happened there? Because obviously, there was a lot happened very shortly there, but we had a lot of cards in hand. Talk to me about what just happened.
Yeah, Spinning Darkness is on the surface a 6 mana value card, but you can play it for free if you exile the top 3 black cards of your graveyard. So what Haunter X did here was making the most of a terrible situation by discarding black cards to hand size on the cleanup step, and that all of a sudden enabled the Spinning Darkness to be a very clutch removal spell to at least give him a chance in this game.
Yeah, it gives a little bit of buffer as well. 3 more life added to the hand. I think Gab's deciding, does he want to prevent this or not? Would take up... I suppose we could... no, we can't instant speed get it into the graveyard, can we? We'd have to literally just hard cast it. Do you like hard casting it here? Is that worth it? But potentially going to eat up our whole turn? Or is it worth just, yeah, cool, let this resolve. You can go up to 12. I can put a bit more power on the battlefield as you're stumbling and potentially try and get there with an Anthem effect next turn.
Yeah, so now Gab has to make a tough choice. Does he play around the opponent having just Drown in Sorrow or Crypt Rats next turn? Or, yeah, okay. So basically, Gab is saying, I like my 3 creatures in play. They're going to be lethal again next turn. And kind of make it up to the opponent to make a move here. So I like this play. Also, having that Prismatic Strands in the graveyard can do wonders later in case this game goes longer. But for now, he's threatening the same lethal, and it's on Hunter X to react.
Well, Weather the Storms is what we drew for the turn. Obviously, great when we can cast multiple spells in one turn. But technically, we can cast 2 this turn if we wanted to. But gaining 6 life here, going up to 15, that does put us outside of lethal range. But we're going to play it, crack it. We do hit our land drop, which we're able to play. So that does leave us with 2 mana for a removal spell. And we might be firing it off straight away. But no, decides against it, just hovering over it. Any reason behind that?
Yeah, so at this point of the game, Hunter X, first of all, Hunter X made a calculated risk of sacrificing that relic, because sure, he can play to not lose, but this is a play to win, because he wants to keep his mana in play and keep developing mana. So this is the same thing about the treasure token. If that hits the bin now, his ability to cast multiple spells on the next turn will be hindered. So right now, he's basically hoping that Gab fires off 2 spells, then maybe he'll go for the gain 9 life end of turn. And if Gab kind of stops playing out more stuff, that's also in Hunter X's interest. So it's all about prolonging the game and making Gab make a mistake here by either being too passive or too aggressive. And that's what Hunter X is trying to punish.
That's a great look on it, my friend. You explained that extremely well. And that's from both perspectives as well. Like, kind of Gab being in the driving seat, making sure he doesn't get too greedy, and down on the X side kind of needs everything to go really well for him for the rest of this match to be able to get back into it and potentially maybe try and turn the corner themselves. Gab on the other side is going to fire off this Thrilling Discovery, gain 2 life, but more importantly, can discard 2 cards and draw 3. Looks like Squadron Hawk is going to be one of them.
And the Luminarch Veteran, which can also come back later. So basically 2, let's call them excess pieces of cardboard. It's not like they have other functions or already did their job.
And of course, the relic got cracked straight away because we had to get that card deeper. So the flashback effect of our cards really online right now. Gab with a Springleaf Drum, land drop, and a way of generating some tokens. If wants to go that route, are we going to advance anymore? Are we going to see a Squadron Hawk come down here maybe? To have an untapped white, or
just 1 mana left, so Gab can only play out a 1 mana creature here.
Yeah, you're right.
This is actually something that you should be focused about if you play this deck. Then normally attacking first is just best to get the most information out of the opponent. But here Gab actually drew into Springleaf Drum, so maybe casting the draw spell, the Thrilling Discovery, on the first main phase is better, because then you know more about how to play out the rest of your turn. So just a little nerdy thing here about sequencing.
Well, talking about sequencing, what you said, and Hunter X was hoping maybe 1 or 2 spells would have been cast on the other side. Well, 3 spells were cast, which means a great time to cash in that Weather the Storm, gaining 12 life, getting our life total a little bit more, higher, and we hit our land for the turn. So now we can start playing this Loomis. I also had a card not called Loomis Bread, but whatever, that's a different conversation. It's going to have the ETB of scry 1 and draw a card. It sees a Troll of Kazakh Doom. Don't like that, so it's going to be the Rats is the card found off it. Multiple Rats in hand. And do you like holding up a cast down here, or do you want to play another one and potentially go another card deeper? But Hunter X decided to keep up this cast down,
so
as an Anthem is drawn on the other side.
Yeah, that's the card that Hunter X is trying to respect. However, it looks like Gab has only the ability to cast 1 of them, not with flashback. So this looks like sending 4 creatures into the red zone with the ability to cast 1 Rally the Peasants here, and it looks like that's what's gonna happen here. So Gab gets in for 9.
Yeah, that's half the life total, right? Like that's it. That's half your life total gone. You're going to go down to 9. I got the ability to flash it back, plus 4 creatures on the battlefield. Like, is this going to be the turn we see the crit wraps get fired off?
Yes, definitely. Here, this is a 4 mana sweeper at the cost of just 1 life, and then you can deploy the plant afterwards, and hopefully make Gab play into yet another crit rats. So. Things have developed nicely for Hunter X, especially taking into account that missing your 3rd land drop can sometimes just be a death sentence.
Yeah, and then remember they were missing it on multiple turns as well. You can see we are playing on Magic the Gathering online, so the clock does come into this. Both players now dropping below that 5 minutes. Do you see that being a factor in this matchup? Do players going to have to start playing a bit more looser to play a bit quicker?
Oh, definitely. That's one of the features of Magic Online. You have this chess clock, and it's kind of up to you to manage it. And sometimes that leads to faster decisions. But it's also part of the competition. Like, what can you do with these 25 minutes of chess clock available? That's also part of the game when you play on this beautiful platform.
I'm not even sure there's many people better at playing with the clock than Gab Nassif. Is obviously very famous for playing slow, methodical decks, being able to utilize every single asset to them, and uses the clock as one of the assets. Also, likes his reputation that he doesn't really go to time too much either. So we'll see if that happens here in this format. Another swamp drawn for the turn for Haunter X. Is this? Oh, we've got one white creature up, so maybe this isn't the turn for the crit wraps. Maybe we just play it and hold it. But let's start off with we're going a card deeper. We get to Scry. Don't want that swamp. I imagine that's going to the bottom. Find ourselves an Edict effect.
Yeah, so I actually can't remember. Is there a Prismatic Strands in Gab's graveyard?
I believe there's one, right?
But I just don't remember if it got exiled to Relic or not.
We'll find out one way or another. I'm guessing the way that turn got played, maybe it's a little small on my screen to be able to have a look at. I think one got discarded, but it might have been eaten by that relic earlier on. Gab's not holding back though. We're still turning everything sideways here. This is going to force the chump from the plant token. We do have the ability to crack these artifacts and gain free life. That's going to be a cost of 2 mana. They basically do become food tokens at this point.
Yeah, and that's definitely what Haunter X is planning here. It's if Gab goes for Rally the Peasants, Haunter X can fire off a cast down and gain some life. So she's trying to play a bit reactive here. Looks like Gab passed priority though, which kind of on Haunter X. Getting the life buffer here before the damage hits is just a good habit because of the opponent's ability to respond with Lightning Bolt, exactly. So getting out of reach right away can sometimes be better.
The stream is on a 3-minute delay, ladies and gentlemen, but let's not beat around the bush. There are going to be giveaways throughout today's stream, and one has just kicked off. So make sure if you're hearing this, you type the word creator in the stream to be in the chance of winning 200 play points courtesy of Daybreak Games. And it gets a little bit better. Later on, we have got a beacon giveaway for you. Also, all you inspiring content creators out there that want to take part in it. They get, obviously, Beacon make amazing equipment for content creators, makes your job a little bit easier. So if you want to be in a chance of winning some sweet Beacon equipment, make sure you stick around for that. We're going to be doing that towards the later rounds of today's stream. 6 rounds in total. We're in round number 4. This is the last match of the round. As we see that one-sided sweeper take effect, how big is that?
That is huge, and even the Bazooka Bog to follow up to clear out every possible flashback, embalm card, disturb card that would be left there. So now it's really up to Gab to find just one more shot for the chamber here.
Well, I'm looking at it like not live totals are looking the most relevant thing right now, but the clocks are looking quite relevant. Gab's getting close to that 2-minute mark, but moving extremely quickly with it, and we're going to see just lots of creatures entering the battlefield, but more importantly, they're generating clues through the Fragrant and the Novice Inspector. That's turning into more cards, which means by the end of that turn, was able to deploy 3 more threats to that battlefield, and does have an Anthem effect in hand.
Yeah, it looks like Gab figured that if this comes to time, I want access to another good pump effect. So Guardian's Pledge got sideboarded in. Also, that card can be a blowout against stuff like Drown in Sorrow, if you have 3 mana up at the time, etc. So that card both has some good counterplay in it and just a good old, let's get our opponent to 0 life application.
Right, a few things happened there, and that one. So basically, over on Hornet side, I think used too much of his black mana that turn, so wasn't able to use the Drown of Sorrows on that same turn, which would have been a nice answer to the free creatures on the other side. The board just has to use the Edict effects. But now on the other side, we've got Gab drawing quite one too many land, but now he's able to utilize this Faithless Looting to get them in the graveyard and start turning in our cards in hand into real cards, and 2 of them being Anthem effects.
Yeah, Gab is up against not only the clock here, but also just the grinding machine that is the Golgari deck. Here we see a Drown in Sorrow that's going to put Gab way behind here, and all of a sudden has to Faithless Looting into some more creatures to give themselves a chance to win this match.
Well, like again, so both players just looking for threats at this point. With Faithless Looting, that's going to be a advantage to Yellow Hat to try and dig into them, and we see 2 found as we get to draw 2, discard 2 here. One of them being Fraven Inspector. The other one is, remind me the name of it. Is it Battle Screech?
Yeah, Battle Screech,
yeah.
And that card has a free flashback cost as long as you tap 3 creatures. Worth noting is here, if Hunter X wasn't too worried about their clock, the cast down could have killed Thraben Inspector in response to the Battle Screech, so that Gab could not flashback this turn. Crucially, that could be a little bit of stress on the chess clocks turning red here.
Right, huge top deck needed. Okay, we get a redraw. Redraw to have a little look. Plus, of course, another free life. We'll work out that math if it's relevant in a second. Looking at that top card, it is the Edict effect. We don't think we want another Blade here. But would that math work out right if Gab was to have an Anthem effect? We know there's one in the graveyard that can be flashed back. Okay, we drew. Yeah, we're hits after hits. So there we got a Spinning Darkness drawn for the turn. That in itself can gain us free life while dealing with one of these creatures. Do you like firing it off now, or do we wait for the optimal point?
Great question. This would be a math question, but I don't think Gab has that much, agency here. I think it's all about just playing that Rally the Peasants and getting in there. Let's see.
This is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 damage coming across. We go up to 16. I think this is going to be a lethal swing here from Gab Nassif as long as we fire everything off. And Gab Nassif is going to take this down and advance to a 4-0 record. Woo! Yellow Hat's pretty good at this game that we call Magic the Gathering, my friend.
What a finish! So Gabriel fought through multiple sweepers where we kind of, this is looking grim for him. He needs to bounce back from this. He needs this Faithless Looting to connect. And what do you know? Thraben Inspector and Battle Screech, basically a peanut butter jelly whammy there, and combined with the pump effects in hand and the graveyard, he got the job done with just enough time on the clock.
Like we just saw an aggro deck survive 4 to 5 sweepers and still able to go across the finish line in time. You love to see it, and that is why the beautiful people at Daybreak Games have put on this creator program to make these big events with the Creator Showdown, where we're going to bring you your favorite Magic celebrities all in one place, battling out to get their share of $5,000. So that is the end of round number 4. We're going to step away, have a short break. We're going to come back to you with round number 5. Potentially some more undefeated players, because we're getting towards the last stages of today's double elimination 6-round event. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this, the MTGO Creator Showdown. We are so happy that you are all here and hopefully enjoying this amazing format, which is Pauper. I'm going to introduce ourselves. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP, and I am joined by none other than Andreas Peterson, Pauper expert, that is going to, carrying me through today and giving you all that top level advice if you're looking to maybe pick up this format, which is Pauper, where we're bringing you 64 of your favorite content creators all battling out throughout the day in 6 rounds of Magic double elimination. That means when they get 2 losses, they are out of the tournament. They can carry on with the rest of the day. We are only interested in the winners because they are battling out for their share of $5,000. But what records they need to get that? Let's get it up on the screen and let's have a little talk through it. Talk me through this, Andreas.
Yeah, so as you said, this is a 6-round Swiss tournament where your record will determine how much sweet loot you can put into your pocket. So the 6-0 finish, which is where everybody want to be, on top of the mountain, is $1,250. Then, depending on when you lose your first round, the 5 ones will get either 750 or 600. And if you 4-2, which is a very, very respectable score, it's 500 play points and 50 treasure chests straight into your MTGO account. So you can keep the wheels turning in there.
Not bad at all for, a day in the office. And of course, you get to enjoy this beautiful format, which is Pauper. Also, you beautiful people watching at home, we've got a little summary for you as well. We've been giving away 200 play points throughout today's broadcast, but at the end, when we get to the last round, well, we're going to be giving you a giveaway courtesy of one of our sponsors, Beacon. We're giving away one of their mics. You can now see it on your screen. It's got the fancy LEDs in there as well, but more importantly, it gives you amazing sound quality for all that content that you maybe you want to make in the future. If you're looking to become a content creator and get into this and potentially get into the Creator Showdown yourself and show what you are, what you're made of, going up against Hall of Famers like Gabriel Nassif, well, you're going to have to type the word Beacon in chat when that giveaway is active. So make sure you keep your eyes on the chat ready for that as we go down to it. We have got our main feature match up ready to go. So we're going to go into that. We're going to look at what deck lists that they are playing on. We've just seen one of them, Gabriel Nassif, Hall of Famer, Yellow Hat, known for playing the control strategies, has brought this Boros aggro deck to this Pauper tournament, and we just saw it to its full fruition, winning with less than a minute on the clock, the most Gab Nassif thing he could possibly do. If we can get that deck list up on the screen, please, production, we will have a little talk through that. And Andreas, you can tell me why that this is, to me, it looks like an amazing aggro deck, because it isn't just a one-trick pony. It's not, we saw multiple sweepers cast in that last one. So if we can just get the Gabriel Nassif Yellow Hats deck list up on the screen, please, production, and we will talk through that. So, Andreas, talk to me about it. What is this trying to do, and why is it so resilient?
Yeah, I think resilience, that's a great keyword for this deck. So this deck is able to win fast with, basically random white creatures comboed with Rally the Peasants. But it's also able to play a very great longer game where it's kind of blanking the opponent's spot removal, making their cards more or less irrelevant, while it's kind of churning with Faithless Looting, Thrilling Discovery, alongside the flashback cards. So basically, Faithless Looting is like a draw 2 that also conveniently puts stuff in your graveyard that might even be better from your graveyard. Like Prismatic Strands being free, you only need to tap a white creature to flash it back. So yes, this is a very resilient aggro deck that can win fast, but also grind with the best of them going into the later turns.
And they're going to be up against, we've seen it once before, it's going to be against Ponza. So a different take on Ponza. This is usually some of the newer cards that have been printed in Modern Horizons 3, which realistically, we haven't seen many of them popping up so far in today's broadcast, right? There was a lot of them that were put into today's tournament, which you can go check out the meta in the deck list. Go make sure you go follow Magic Online's Twitter account for all those tweets coming out on there if you're really interested to see who bought what deck and what those decks consist of. But going up now against this Ponza list that has got the the new Modern Horizons 3 cards in it, namely the Eldrazi Withering Chrysalis and Eldrazi Repurpose. I can't pronounce that 6 times quickly, but being able to kind of spread the board, make a lot of Eldrazi spawn on and kind of use that as a way to either ramp or a little bit go wider. Talk to me about this. Why are we seeing these cards in this kind of proven already tier deck of Pauper?
Yeah, so this is basically a spin of the Ponza deck that we saw earlier, except this deck is kind of abandoning the land destruction plan for a more streamlined, I would guess, just like plan of playing
just ramp.
Yeah, just big creatures ahead of schedule. So it's taking a lot of pages out of the Ponza deck's book, and it's even featuring some of the cool new Modern Horizons 3 cards, like the Writhing Chrysalis, which, yeah, that's just a card that can grow out of reach quickly and finish the game. And I love the Colossal Dread Mask on top of the curve. You talked about it a bit earlier, theory crafting about what's going on that picture, and I think you nailed it. Like when you're wearing that, you can't be beat. Then you're a warrior to be feared, for sure.
Yeah. Very scary when you wear a dinosaur skull for a helmet, and turns out it gives you +6/+6 in trample. Fun fact, which I found out last night in FNM, haven't fact checked it, so it might, don't hold me to this chat, but the Withering Chrysalis is the highest rated card in Modern Horizons 3. It's got the biggest win rate in draft. Just a little spoiler for you there, if anyone's looking to go on Magic Online and get your drafts in. That card there's extremely good in draft apparently, and maybe it's going to be really good here in Pauper, because both our players have got 4-0 records as we move into round number 5. We're just waiting for them to kind of queue up our backup feature, our feature match, so we can move down to it. On the surface of it, is there a clear winner? Is this going to be a favourable match, or is it going to be pretty 50-50?
It looks like for game 1, Gab's plan of playing random white creatures backed up by Riley the Peasants can definitely take down the game. And then after sideboard, we can see Lucas can upgrade with 4 copies of Breath Weapon, which is basically a 3-mana sweeper, 2 damage to all creatures. And then again, we'll get into the Prismatic Strands dynamic, where that damage can be prevented. So players are going to want to find a good window to either close out the game with a timely Riley the Peasants, or sweep the board with a timely Breath Weapon.
We're going to talk about the sideboard element, because I've got a really interesting question with opposed to Breath Weapon, and remind me of the other one that does damage to non-pirates.
Yeah, I wish I knew the name. Something Fiery Cannonade, I think. Yeah.
I think, yeah, Fiery Cannonade, yeah. So why are we seeing people moving more towards Breath Weapon over Fiery Cannonade? Why do we see some decks with a mix of both? What's the plus and negative of both of those?
Yeah, so on the surface, they do kind of the same thing, but they care about creature types. So once you have relevant pirates in the format, all of a sudden, Fiery Cannonade is not really the most reliable. I think we have both the Goblin, the 1/2, if you have an artifact, is +1/+0 in haste. That's a pirate. And then you have the red 4-drop, the Monarch card, 5/2 trample, Commodores. I'm not terribly good with names, but that's also a pirate. So if you're playing a red deck with that card, maybe you want to run the Cannonade to actually keep your own creature around. But if you're just looking to sweep as many creatures as possible, this is the one you want to go for, like Lucas has opted for.
Yeah, that's really, again, you're making things so much clearer to me when I asked the dumb question. You explain it so well. So if I've got pirates in my decks, I want to be having the pirate sweeper, because I obviously want it to be a one-sided sweeper effect. If I don't have pirates in my deck, I want to be able to hit the pirates. Then I'm going to go with Breath Weapon, and that's what I'm going to use moving forward. It's just the basics done well. That's all you do. You do the basics done well. Just read the cards, ladies and gentlemen. Pauper, of course, is a great format that I encourage everybody to pick up and try to learn if you have, if you've got the time to play it, or maybe you're looking for a break from your actual, your preferred format. Because I am loving Pauper. So let's get down to today's match, where we have got both our players 4-0. So definitely in the prizes, but how much of that prize pool can they take home this weekend? Only 2 more rounds to go, because we've got this round and one after this one, and it looks like I want to say Gab's on the play. I could be wrong on that. I'm trying to look at
Gabriel Nassif, Yellow Hat won. Bob the Dog, lots of names here. Bob the Dog won the die roll here, and as we talked about earlier, the demands for the keepers out of Red Green Ponza is this: have an accelerator, have something to do, and it looks like Lucas had to mulligan to 5 to find that combination, but he found it in the end.
Does it, do these Ponza decks mulligan well? Obviously they need that early interaction of ramp, and then they need that late game of big hitters. Is this a deck that can mulligan well and kind of fight their way back out of it? Because I imagine on Yellow Hat side it can, with things that we're seeing like the Fraven and Novice Inspectors generate clues.
Great question, because exactly as you say, the Boros deck can just, a Squadron Hawk can undo a mulligan or a double mulligan easily with the help of stuff like Faithless Looting, right? But the Ponza deck can kind of have these, just draw too much top end, like the 6-drop that Lucas just drew, and maybe if you don't have enough resources, those are going to be uncastable. Playing this Eldrazi out on turn 2 surely helps. The Eldrazi spawn is quite awesome for powering out stuff ahead of schedule.
Yeah, I feel like we found the weakness to Yellow Hat's deck here, and it's just play a free creature. It's absolutely a house against these 1/2s on the other side of the battlefield, and the fact that we're getting frisky and turning it sideways means that, you know, potentially we could be in a bit of danger here. So we're going to go forest cycling here. Generous Ent is going to go find us a forest, so we make sure we hit our land drop for the turn, which means, you know, that's the double hit of why we see these land cycling cards from the Lord of the Rings set doing so much moving forward in in Magic the Gathering in multiple formats, making sure we can hit our land drop so we can cast yet again another free, another Eldrazi hitting the battlefield. Now the Modern Horizon 3 cards are in full flow.
Yeah, and worth noting about the Lane Cyclers is that in a couple of turns, it's a perfectly fine finisher, just like the Troll we saw in the previous matchup. So those cards you're basically playing to have this, let's call it a fetch land on a budget earlier. Like you can fix your mana. Let's say Lucas did not have the Utopia Sprawl. Maybe he goes for the red-green duel off of the Generous Ent. But in this point, in this instance, he just wanted to make his land drop and play another 3/3, and then next turn setting up for the big hitters.
Okay, I've got a question for you that I haven't really worked out myself yet by playing Pauper. Why do I see snow-covered lands in some decks, and then in other decks I just see, you know, the generic basics? What's
so there are two reasons.
One
is more sophisticated than the other, I would say. So one is in a closed deckless environment, you can basically bluff playing the card Scred, which is a 1-mana removal spell that cares about your snow-covered island count. I'm talking from my own perspective, I guess. Snow-covered land count. But in a tournament like this, snow-covered islands are better because of the card Thermocost, which says, or is it the other way around?
Destroy target land. If that land's a snow-covered land, you gain 1 life.
That is very interesting. So I guess you want the flexibility to kill your own land and gain 1 life in a very, very unique situation. I guess that would be the logic here.
Interesting. Well, here we come. We're going to enter the dungeon. The initiative is now happening, and this, if you know, in fact, I'm going to let you do it. Talk me through the dungeon mechanic.
Yes. So once this Avenging Hunter enters the battlefield, you gain the initiative. The initiative is a mechanic that cares about who dealt combat damage to who the last. Meaning, if Gab now deals combat damage to Lucas, Gab will enter the dungeon and start from the top. And if Lucas keeps the dungeon around, he can keep moved down a room and gain more and more advantage. So generally, you should see this as Lucas having the advantage, and now Gab is heavily incentivized to break through. And if he does not succeed doing that, bad stuff is going to happen.
I would make some sort of Dungeons and Dragons reference here with the initiative and like roll for initiative, but of course you told me before that you don't play Dungeons and Dragons, so it'll be lost on you. But
it would be flying over my head for sure.
Maybe I could try and educate you as Gab's just spinning the wheels, advancing more to the board, gaining a load more life. But more importantly, not getting the initiative on Gab's side. Initiative in Dungeons and Dragons is basically when you go to combat. When you go to combat, the person in charge of it, the dungeon master, will go, let's roll initiative, and that's where everybody will take it in turns, taking their actions until that encounter has finished. So it lines up really nice that you gain the initiative, which is an advantage, and in this one you get to go into the dungeon. But now you start picking which way you want to go, because once you start going one direction, you can't just skip and go the other direction. You have to kind of follow it logically down. And in this one, we're going to go for the Lost Well, which lets us scry 2 before we draw our first card for the turn. So it looks like we went bottom 2 and then draw a... Maybe, Don, did we draw bottom 2? Yeah, we went bottom, and then we unfortunately drew another land. But
yeah.
6 lands, 6 manas, not bad, especially when we've got this huge artifact with the Colossal Dreadmask in hand.
So a couple of things to note here is that Gab now developed 4 flyers onto the table. So all of a sudden, the roles kind of switched because Gab is also threatening the rally the peasants. So now Lucas has to attack, and he can't just stay back because then he'll just get attacked in the air by the bird tokens. So this is actually going to be an interesting race here. And Gab is not much more than a Rally the Peasants away from simply just winning the game.
And I was just about to say that to you then. I was like, we also get to have a little look as well, right, with the Faithless Looting, because that is one of the bounce lands on the battlefield. The Garrison will tap for 2 mana, so we could potentially tap that, go 2 cards deeper, and try and get ourselves a, Rally the Peasants, which of course gives everything +2/+0 with flashback. But if we don't find one of them, who do you think, I'm putting you on the spot with math here, but who do you think that favours, considering there's big trampling creatures on the other side of the battlefield?
The trample is key here, because Avenging Hunter and the Colossal Dread Mask provide trampling attackers, so that's super relevant. I also wanted to add another point about the initiative. So once you go to the Lost Well, you can actually go into the middle, into the arena, to kind of go left again down to Archives, if that's what Lucas wants to do. So a little bit of more flexibility when it comes to that mechanic, but you want to get down to the last room, Throne of the Dead 3, which is look at the top 10 cards of your deck, pick any creature and put it into play.
So now we're going to see this kind of back and forth as you mentioned in the broadcast today. 4 damage is going to be dealt, which means now Gab gains the initiative, can go into the dungeon. Level 1 is now going to go find a basic, put it into I believe is it straight to play? I think it is.
It is into your hand.
Into play.
And now Gab is able to go Faithless Looting and deploy a couple of more creatures, which makes future Rally the Peasants even more potent. So both of these players play Magic on a high level. This is open deck list. They both know that this is about whether Gab can find the Rally the Peasants or not. Meanwhile, Luminarch Veteran is doing work here when it comes to life gain. I remember the old deck name called Soul Sisters, which is basically whenever creatures enter the battlefield, you gain a life. This only counts for your side of the battlefield, though, but it's very similar.
So now when what either player deals combat damage to their opponent, they will regain the initiative, and once you regain it, you get to basically make another move in your dungeon, correct?
Yes, you stay the same place in the dungeon that you previously got to, even though it goes back and forth. So you don't start over.
Yeah, it'd be pretty rough if you had to start over. So now that we're over on the Lost Well side, we've got the option, as you mentioned, Arena, to try and potentially go across if we needed to, which means you can goad target creature. We'll talk about that mechanic, which was not one we see too much these days. Or we can go into Stash, where we can create a treasure token, because we want to stash our treasure so no other bad guys in the dungeon can steal it. But before we do that, and before we get it back, we're going to be turning everything sideways. A couple of 3/3s and a couple of big trampling creatures. No great blocks here for Gab, but could take the hit with the amount of life gained, as you spoke about.
Yeah, this game is very clearly about the Rally the Peasants or not. So neither player has much agency here. Like Gab can do everything in his power to search for it, and Lucas can try and win as fast as possible before Gab finds it. So this is a race to either the bottom of Gab's life total or the Rally the Peasants being found, I feel like.
This is an interesting block here by Gab. What's going through his head? Because, of course, I'm thinking if I've got ability with multiple Faithless Looting to turn through my deck, not only am I Rally the Peasants probably away from winning the game, but also I've got things like the Prismatic Strand that could prevent combat damage for 2 turns, and just having an extra 2 turns of damage coming across could be enough for me to kind of run away with this match.
Great point. Prismatic Strand is also a card that will turn this game into Nassif's favor. So actually a decent number of options to try and Faithless Looting into. In the meantime, Gab will keep attacking with the bird tokens. But I mean, yeah, the 6/6 Trampler is it's a mouthful for sure.
Here comes one of the new Modern Horizons 3 cards that we spoke about, the Withering Syphilid. It means it's going to generate, it's 2 scions that get generated from that, and whenever we sacrifice a scion, we get +1/+1. It does have the keyword reach, which I learned on my FNM this Friday because I tacked into it with a flying creature.
Oh yeah.
And they just blocked, and I looked really silly. But that's part of Magic the Gathering. Read your cards, ladies and gentlemen. The amount of times I've lost a game of Magic because I think I know what a card does, and I actually have no idea what it does. We're now looking at the dungeon. You can see, on player screen, kind of looking at where they want to go with the dungeon. We went into the arena, decided to goad a creature, so that means it has to attack, correct?
Yes, so now the Luminarch, the Veteran, has to attack. unless Gab finds a way to, remove it from combat. Springleaf Drum comes to mind. If he's able to play out a Springleaf Drum, you can kind of tap it for mana and circumvent the Goad ability. But the real decision for Gab here is, do I develop the board with Hawks, or am I under so much pressure that I need to get kind of desperate with this faithless looting?
I don't like. Is there a sequence line here of doing the Hawks to thin out your deck a little bit so that the looting's got a better chance to hit, or do we just not have enough mana to be able to do that this turn?
That is definitely the question the Gab is facing right now. Is can I afford that mana investment into having a vastly better faithless looting value-wise, or is mana the name of the game, and do I need to looting straight away?
I suppose if we get the Squadron Hawk route, we are gaining even more life there, which is, there's no Anthem effects on the other side. It is just big creatures getting turned sideways. So it is face up. All the damage that will be being dealt is on the battlefield right now. There's not many ways to add reach to any of this, especially main deck, besides a boarding party, which could be a 6/3 with haste.
Yeah, and also the life gain from the veterans is just super relevant here. So I just assume that Gab took out the biggest calculator from his drawer and cooked up some well thought out math here.
So
also,
now,
cool synergy here with the kangaroo land. I'm trying to take that into my vocabulary. But you play the Boros Garrison out first, because then you develop that land, you return another land. You might as well discard that basic land because you already used it.
Still no boarding party found.
Boarding party?
No, yeah, I would say still not found yet. We've gone deeper in our deck. We still haven't found the. What am I talking about? Boarding party? I'm reading the wrong card. The Rally of the Peasants or a Prismatic Strand. Still haven't been able to find any of these key cards, and we're almost halfway through our deck. I've got a question for you, which is it worth attacking and kind of, throwing away one of our flyers into the reach creature on the other side of the battlefield to gain the initiative again? Is that worth it in our favor, or do we sit back in this?
I like attacking here as much as possible. I think it's acceptable to lose a 1/1 flyer in that process. It can be kind of a big deal to just fight over the initiative as hard as possible, because next up for Lucas is either drawing an extra card or getting a 4/1 Menace Skeleton, depending on which way he decides to go here, once he deals combat damage on the next turn. Worth noting is, Lucas is down to only one Trampler left, so theoretically, Gab can hold on to the initiative here.
Yeah, true. But this attack doesn't look like
this attack kind of neutralizes that point.
I don't even hate this attack, really. I think he's worried about the backswing. Like, this incremental life gain is actually key for every creature gaining 3 life. It's huge in this big swing back and forth. And inevitably, Gab's going to draw one of these Anthem effects at some point, or one of these protection spells at some point. And with Lucas on the other side, only at 15 life, now kind of pitting the question to him, do you want to start throwing away some of these Scions? Of course, the Scions will mean that things can get bigger. And it looks like we're going to eat. Well, that's interesting. I don't know. I feel like I'd be blocking a flyer here over an Inspector. But we're going to do it this route, sack it, get +1/+1 counter on, take the 4 damage that's in the air. Why are we valuing getting the Novice Inspector off the battlefield over a flyer?
Great question. It could have something to do with its 2 toughness on later turns against a trampling attacker, because we did see Avenging the Hunter getting taken down by a quadruple block from basically 4 Inspectors, and could only trade for 2 of them thanks to the 2 toughness. So maybe that's what Lucas is thinking in this instance.
Again, great way of looking at it. That's why you're joining me in the booth. Is for the later turns, I've got a trampling creature. Being able to have that extra 1 toughness, could potentially that 1 point of damage could make all the difference. Especially if we make enough Scions and able to make that creature big enough and give that another +6/+6. Off the top, though, we got a Visionary. That means we're going to be able to go another card deeper. So that's good. Add another 2/2 body plus 1 card deeper, which is a boarding party. can we deploy that this turn? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana. Scion is 6, so we can cast it this turn.
Yep.
6.
Beautiful
6, 3,
synergy here
Cascade.
with Utopia Sprawl and Arbor Elf.
Sweet. Well, let's see. I think we're weighing up our options. Like, do I need to have so many blockers on response? Because doing this will eat up 2 of my creatures. We would have to tap the Arbor Elf. We'd also have to get rid of a Scion. Oh, in fact, we can just hard tap like this, right?
I think we need to get rid of 1 Scion in order to do this. So yeah, it does get rid of 2 creatures, which is like tapped Arbor Elf and a sacrificed Spawn. But we get Boarding Party, and then we've seen this before, I feel like.
Yeah, this happens way too much for my liking. We're going to hit a Utopia Spool, put that on a creature, so not really much value gained besides having a 6 free with haste, which
also
isn't
worth
great
noting
for
here
blocks
that...
on...
Oh, go ahead.
No, you say that one more time.
Worth noting is that Gab went into the Forge and put 2 counters on a bird token, so that bird token is actually able to just trade off with Boarding Party here, relatively painless, I would say.
I'm also saying, like, Gab's got 10 points of flying damage. Now it's obviously going to go down to 7. But if Gab can get across the line, all the reach creatures are gone. Gab just attacks, enters the dungeon, goes to trap, throws 5 damage to face, and takes down game number 1.
It looks like Gab has indeed 6 attackers that, can't get blocked, and then the trap, the deal 5 will do the trick. 6 plus 5 is 11, so we definitely did our job back in grade school.
Hey, look at me, an Infect player counting above 10. Tell me you're proud of me. Come on, like that's a big hit.
Getting to 11, that's a huge milestone for you.
It is. I'm also a Royal Marine. We don't count that high. One thing we do need to point out as well here looks like Gab's going to be able to take this down, but without Rally the Peasants, without the prismatic stands that we were talking about, these kind of key cards. Also, no lightning bolts have been seen, which again is another great way of having some reach. So unless we're missing something here, we might be moving to a game 2 a lot sooner than we thought without the key cards that we thought were going to be needed. And yeah, here comes an attack.
Yeah, it looks like Gab threaded the needle this game, partially thanks to the 3 veterans. I would guess that Gab maybe gained around 20 extra life or something along those lines. Like, that was huge for him this game. And Lucas kind of knew that he was up against time when it comes to Gab finding Prismatic Strands, Gab finding Rally the Peasants. So Lucas didn't really have a choice, I feel like.
Yeah, also, like, if you look at it on the board, only really had 1 creature of reach as well, so it wasn't like in his interest to really have that untapped. But we're going to see the take down this game at number 1. So let's have a little look at the sideboards, because it is an open deck, this tournament, after all. So let's jump across. Let's see if we can have a look at Lucas's deck first, please, production. Let's get that on the screen for everybody to have a look at. This isn't, I said it was Ponza. It's kind of got the shell of Ponza without the Ponza cards in it. This is a ramp deck. It is green-red ramp, trying to get to our big fatties as soon as we possibly can and use them to our advantage. But we are a game down. But look at this sideboard. There's a lot of cards in there that might be useful. Talk me through them. Yeah,
I want to see Lucas upgrade some of the more expensive cards for a card like Breath Weapon. There's even an argument you can cut Arbor Elf because you ideally don't want to kill your own creature, and because you have the Sweeper to catch up, you can keep more hands and play a little bit slower. I've played this deck, with the older threat suite a little bit, and there were matchups where I could go into kind of control mode and just be fine playing my first card turn 3, and I don't have to have the turn 1 accelerant. There's also Cast into the Fire, which does take care of 2 1 toughness creatures, theoretically, but I don't know if it's impactful enough. I expect Lucas to bring in the breath weapons and either go for my plan of removing Arbor Elf or removing some expensive cards like the Dread Mask or the 7-mana Cascader.
All right, well, let's have a look on the other side, Gavin and Steve's list. Obviously, we have seen it once before, but if you just tune in, we're going to show you now. This is the Boros. I don't know what's the exact word for it. Boros, aggressive Boros list, which has got a lot of resurgence in it. Game up. Look at this sideboard. Anything we want to be bringing in?
Yeah, so the thing about this deck is it's kind of like a synergy deck, so you can't really sideboard too many cards. And against a matchup like this, I would just think similarly to the last matchup we had where Gab bested another green deck, with access to sweepers via the splash color. Guardian's Pledge is going to be added here, and I think that's more or less going to be it. Guardian's Pledge offers quick kills, and it offers, protection against damage-based sweepers. And maybe a little bit of old-school limited magic where it can do some good things in combat when it comes to, like, some cheeky double blocks, etc.
I'm going to stick here for a little bit at this sideboard because this is the second time, match we've seen Yellow Hat kind of taking part in. This is also the second time we've seen his sideboard not be too effective. What is this sideboard kind of like tailored towards? As we're going to move back down to the game, obviously, talk to me why we're not seeing him use many cards in this match. What sort of meta did he kind of come prepared for?
Yeah, Gap predicted that Affinity was going to be a big player in the tournament, which it is. So he devoted 8 cards to that matchup, and also 4 copies of Pyroblast, which is good against a big variety of decks. There are so many different blue decks, so I like his choices, like basically saying, I'm gonna be fine against these kind of off-meta strategies, so I'm just gonna focus on the top of the food chain, so to speak.
Right, well, we're looking at these opening hands. I see a 1 lander here from Lucas, but does have double Generous Ent in there. Able to cycle it and go get a red source, like we see there. That's going to be the snow-covered one. Will enter tapped, and we spoke about how the dual lands in Pauper kind of make you play a slightly slower game, even in these ramp decks wanting to move forward. But giving us that red mana for the next turn, that's the turn that we'll be able to cast this Breath Weapon, because we're going to most likely, I'd say, cycle this Generous Ent end of turn.
Yes, so funnily enough, this is kind of what I predicted here, that Lucas was fine playing a bit more slowly after sideboard, and the first play being a 3-mana play, where game 1 in the dark, or against like a known matchup, you have to be fast, you really want the 1-drop Accelerant, and you mulligan aggressively for it. So I'm interested to see. I mean, Gap just practiced in round 4 playing against these sweepers, how to pressure the opponent and not folding to a sweeper, and he seems to have mastered that act, so let's see.
Do we over on Lucas' side, looking at that side of the battlefield, it's not too scary. Just getting down a 2-2 in this instance is potentially good enough, but we're going to opt with the 3-3 that generates the Scion with it. So again, maybe that we can make our 4th land drop moving forward, because the Breath Weapon is a double-sided sweeper, right? It's 2 damage to all non-dragon creatures, which both players currently don't have any on the battlefield. But if we're able to get our creatures on the battlefield with bigger toughness, then we're able to pull away with the game and turn it into a one-sided wrath.
Definitely, and that's the challenge for Lucas, is setting up a situation where, first of all, the sweeper resolves through protection spells like Prismatic Strands. That's step number 1. You don't want to die, but you want to cast that card at a good time where it doesn't get caught by counterplay. And you also ideally want to have stuff in play so you can leverage the tempo. So it's not, if you just kill 3 white creatures, but Gab then rebuilds, and you're not doing anything in the meantime, it's not really effective. But that versus the Prismatic Strand situation can make it awkward to fire off a perfectly timed Breath Weapon.
Is instant speed as well? We do have to mention that it can be done at instant speed. We've seen a lot of sorcery speed sweepers so far today, but that one is instant speed if it needs to be. We're going to see another Squadron Hawk coming down. Of course, not going to have to find any more of those because we know where they are. But it's going to generate a little bit more life, which was used to great effect in that race, which we see in game number 1 of this match number 5 of 6 rounds total that we are bringing you today in the Creators Showdown. So both these players, it's going pretty well for them so far, but one of them really wants to go have that shot at going 6-0 today and get that awesome tweet saying I went 6-0 in the Creators Showdown. I was top of that pyramid by the time the event finished. As on the other side, we managed to hit our another land drop off the top, so now we've got access to 5 mana. We're edging ever closer to that boarding party, one of our big payoff cards. Do you think we play an Eldrazi here, or do you think we play an elf?
Yeah, we want to play out the Eldrazi here, setting up for the best possible sweeper turn, and then play our own 2-2 out afterwards. Or having the flexibility of going boarding party next turn, and Lucas is really hoping that Gab's only play is to just play out more stuff here.
And adding another 2/1s to the battlefield, gaining 2 more life, potentially tapping another 3 white creatures, generating another 2, or at least has that option available to them.
I was about to say, I'm curious if how much Gab is respecting the the breath weapon here. It's definitely a choice. Like, you can do it or you can not do it, and both come with a downside and upside. So
yeah, with that line and not holding mana up and kind of the speed that he did it, I think, you know, we're in for a penny, we're in for a pound, as we would say in the UK. And yet we do see it in flashback. Another 2 creatures generated, another 2 life gained. But yeah, you can see we're already hovering over that breath weapon right now. This looks like a great
this
time.
is the ideal situation. Ooh. No prismatic strands, and you get a lot of mileage out of your sweeper here. And the Eldrazi is happy to gobble up the small spawn tokens here. And this is like the perfect breath weapon. When I talked about when you cast the sweeper, you want to make sure you're actually using that tempo. This is basically the definition of it. Sweeping away the opponent's board and getting in for 8 here, that's just exactly what you want to be doing.
Yeah, that is exactly how we wrote it up. Now, how can we rebuild? We do have a lot of good tools to rebuild in our hand, as well as the removal spell in that lightning bolt, and you know, a couple of other lands going forth. But we're going to start bringing back some of our resilient creatures from the graveyard, gaining that advantage that we need as Squadron Orc enters the battlefield. Are we going to start getting to chump blocking duty here over on Gatherhat side?
Yeah, but before you know it, it's time to chump block here. Also, it looks like if Lucas manages to find a land, okay, that play is now turned off from Gab. I was about to say, if Lucas gets to survive with this Visionary in play and draws a land, it's even boarding party time. So this is actually one of the things I'm also worried about when I play red-green Ponza, is having these uncastables in hand, which is... So first of all, you have some low-impact 1-drops you can draw later on, but you also have maybe some 6-drops that you can't unload. So let's see if he's built up enough of a lead that doesn't matter.
It does look like we're you know, pulling ahead here as we add another 3 creatures to the battlefield. And of course, 2 of them will be able to use as ramp next turn to maybe get out that boarding party as a 6/3 with haste. One of our bigger pays off because it does have Cascade in it. We haven't seen a good Cascader yet so far today on the broadcast, but you know, we never know. Maybe next turn is that turn. As on the other side, Gab's going to try and rebuild that board, trying to maybe cheese out this game by going wide and giving some sort of anthem effect as the battle screech comes down. Oh, do you think we flash in the back this turn?
Yeah, because Gab is trying to enable the removal spell in his hand here, which deals the amount of damage to another creature equal to double your amount of creatures. And Lucas has the ability to grow these Eldrazi, so Gab has to flashback first in order to have enough creatures in play. Otherwise, Lucas could have grown it out of reach here.
So here comes, it's a Fraving Charm on the stack, and in response we're going to be doing it. So a little read of it, it does do double the amount of damage. It was 6 creatures, so it would be 12 damage that was dealt to it. Yeah. Maybe Lucas kind of mishapped when reading that there, thought it just does damage equal to the creatures you've got, not double. Here comes Utopia Sprawl, so that's it's as good as a land for the turn, but not ideal. It means next turn we'll be able to play some of our bigger spells in hand. We're just going to have to settle for another Eldrazi here. Are we just going to start calling this red-green Eldrazi at this point?
That is a very, very serious option for sure. I haven't seen the deck before today, so I would be selling it short if I came up with a name here. I think other people have thought more about it. Maybe something like Eldrazi Stompy or something.
I'm game for Eldrazi Stompy. Let's go with it. But we are threatening lethal here, so we do need to block over on Gab's side. We've got a kind of chump block, as we like to say in the game, which means we're going to throw a creature underneath it. It won't trade. It will just get eaten up in combat, but more importantly, prevent a lot of damage going to the face. Because this is 6 points coming across, but with the Scions on the battlefield means that it can grow with +1/+1 counters. And I think Gab realizes that, and maybe he wants to try and get one of these creatures off the battlefield with a triple block. Yeah, look, that I think he's going back and forth. Yeah, how do I win this game is what he's asking himself.
Exactly. That's exactly the question you want to ask yourself. Because preventing damage here, you need to look several steps ahead here. And I think at this point, Gab is drawing to something like he can keep applying pressure in the air, but a card like Prismatic Strands can do wonders. I just now thought about that these creatures are devoid, meaning they have no color. So this build of a red-green is even more resilient to Prismatic Strands than other versions with, green threats would have been.
Yeah, that's really cool. Okay, we're turning everything sideways. Gab drew the Rally the Peasants off the top. Is this lethal?
So
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think that's a lethal attack
we're
for
sending 5
18, isn't it?
power creatures here. Wow.
Did he just cheese it? Did we just top deck from Yellow Hat here? Just absolutely pitting a masterclass on and showing how good and explosive this deck can be as he takes it down and advances to 5-0 and might be our only 5-0 player after this round. So congrats to Yellow Hat out of nowhere. And I suppose if we go back to that last turn where he was deciding, do I block with 1 creature or 3 creatures to try and get a creature off, and decide, no, I actually can win the game if I top deck the right card. And that right card was Rally the Peasants, and he got there.
He got
so
there,
much damage.
And I'm 100% sure that Gab knew at that time, I need to not lose, so I give myself the chance to draw this card. So this is just like playing with a purpose, planning out your turns with, you know, a bigger plan in mind than simply just, you know, getting rid of an opposing creature. Because as you said, you did have a triple block opportunity available, but what would that do aside from, you know, prolonging the game? Yeah. Gab actually gave himself a chance to take down the match, which is what it's all about, and that puts him at the sole player at 5-0. Whew, great stuff.
Do you think in Magic, like people kind of play to not lose more than they play to win? Like in that spot there, if we throw 3 creatures on the bus, realistically we're still, you know, prolonging our loss at that point. Where Gab was, that's a critical turn. If I rip what I need right now, I can win this game. If I don't, then sure, you know, I can survive a few more. But I'm realistically, every turn is getting worse and worse for me. Do you think Magic players in general kind of don't realize that fine line between trying to win the game and trying to not lose the game?
Great point. So this is actually something we've now seen twice today on stream. The other match was the Golgari player cycling, I believe playing an Ichor Wellspring in a spot where they need to draw land to win this game. If they don't, they're simply not in the game. But not, you know, playing that Ichor Wellspring is just like postponing the loss, so to speak. So playing to win and with a purpose, it's simply huge. And we've seen it now twice from like just so high level play where you can say, whoa, this is so risky. But yeah, it's also risky not to do it. And these players, thankfully, both times they were able to show why they did it. So it's the whole coming up with a scenario of how do I actually win this game, and then just pursue that path no matter how risky it is. I really enjoy that, and I think it's a very interesting topic for sure.
I love it, and I love watching it on broadcasts like this. Of course, today's broadcast is brought to you by the beautiful people at Daybreak Games, as well as Monkey Bubbles. A huge shout out to all them putting so much work in behind the scenes to give you all this amazing coverage, and we hope that you're enjoying this to create a showdown. We're currently working in the background to see if we can get another feature match for you all. So while that kind of lines up, I'm going to give you a little rundown of what's happened today, what is the Creator Showdown, and what is everybody playing for. So we started today with all the content creators, 64 of them, going live on their own broadcast. That could be on Twitch, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, whatever they want to be broadcasting on, whatever their platform of choice is, that's where they went live. And of course, the format today is Pauper. They started today of 6 rounds, because this is a 6-round tournament with double elimination. That means that once you get your second loss in the tournament, you are gone. You are out of here. You cannot play any more Magic in this event. But don't worry, there's going to be a lot more every single month for the rest of the year. Different formats changing, so they will get a second shot. But for today, in this beautiful format, they will be gone. And now we're going to kind of whittle it down every single round. Of course, more players are going to pick up that second loss until we get down to our top kind of bracket. There is no cut to top 8 in this event. And they want to try and get themselves to either a 4-2 record, a 5-1 record, or a 6-0 record to give themselves a best shot at winning their share of $5,000. I'm being told in my ear that we're ready to go down to a match. Let's do that. I'm going to stop talking. I know what everybody wants to see, and it is more Pauper gameplay. So let's get down to it, production. Let's see who we're going to see in our feature match area and what game they're in, because we're going to be jumping live into the match that is already in progress. Okay. One of again, a Mox competitor, True Hero. I believe he actually won the Mox, right? The one that he was able to
very
take part
true.
on.
We got here just in time to see Makeshift Munition finish the job here in an Affinity mirror. Grixis Affinity clear the most popular deck in our tournament here today, but we haven't seen it a lot on the absolute top tables. So yeah, maybe we will see more of it in the next round.
Why do you think that is? Do you think that's because there's so much like easy ways to hate out a artifact synergy? Like, you know, the gorilla is the main one that I kind of go to. We saw that use a great effect by Cherry X-Men, just completely destroying all Cryobarmeister's lands and not able them to do anything. Is it just a really easy deck to hate out, but it's actually really good as a game one deck? Or are we just, you know, some of the players just picks it up because it is the best deck and kind of hoping that they can get there, but maybe haven't learned all the intricacies of that deck?
Yeah, so I'm going to answer that question twofold. So first of all, why that deck is popular. It was a good deck to, like, let's say 3 weeks ago, and then all of a sudden, Modern Horizons 3 offered one or two new additions to the deck, so that's like a winning recipe. And with how narrative-based Magic is these days with social media, it's like it will, you know, catch fire, so to speak. So that's the reason why on level 1 that a lot of players are picking it, on top of it being a good deck. Then the next level of that is, if I'm going to play a Pauper Showdown with $5,000 in prices, I probably want to have a good Affinity matchup. So that's both going to be the reason why a lot of people pick it, and also the reason why you don't want to leave home without being confident beating it. So I think that could be a reason for why Affinity is not running the tables here.
It's like, you know, if you're going to bring the most popular deck, it's also going to be the deck with the biggest target on its back, and that's what people are going to bring their sideboards for. But that is going to be the end of round number 5, sorry, and it's going to be we're going to have a short break, so we're going to head to that right now. Make sure you stick around because we're going to be back with round number 6, the penultimate round. We're going to find out who is going to be finishing today as our 6-0 players. Don't go anywhere. I'm Will Hall. That's Andreas Peterson. We'll see you shortly. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MTGO Creator Showdown, where we're bringing you 64 of your favorite content creators. We're putting them all up against each other until there is only one 6-0. And luckily for us, well, we've got two 5-0s sat down in our feature match. And as we get them ready to go, I'm going to introduce ourselves one last time. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP. And I'm joined by the man, the myth, the legend himself, Andreas Peterson, who just comes straight off the mocks. You are literally played at the highest level, my friend. I couldn't think of anybody better to be carrying me through this broadcast today. You've been doing such a stellar job, but I'm going to test you one more time. I'm going to ask you about some Modern Horizons 3 cards, because Modern Horizons 3 has just come out. It is a very powerful set indeed, and the commons in it, well, they're no exception, and we're seeing a few of them here today in this Creator Showdown, which of course is Pauper. So let's get them on the screen. Let's talk through some of the cards that you've selected that you think you're going to see a lot of play in the format, which is Pauper. One of them I want to kind of pick out is is it Zombie Rat, the creature type, I think, of Refurbished Familiar? I think it's Zombie Rat.
Sounds about right.
We're going to see if we can get that up on the screen for you all to have a little look at. And, while we do that, talk to me about the Familiar, the powerful Zombie Rat, and how it is always going to be a 2-for-1.
Yeah, so first of all, that card is an artifact. It's a 2/1 flyer, and it's black. And Affinity decks already played black before this card. So this is just a shoo-in, in my opinion, in Affinity. And it's basically up to the rest of the format to adjust to this new angle of Affinity, because it didn't play like value flyers like this before. But this card, yeah, it's usually going to be a 1-mana 2/1 flyer, and that forces your opponent to discard a card. And if we're very late into the game and the opponent has 0 cards in hand, you just draw a card instead. We see it here in the middle. That card is always going to be a 2-for-1, even though, previous cards like, let's just say, Ravenous Rats or stuff like that, traditionally, if the opponent had no hand, the upside of that card was not in play. But this is always going to have upside, and that card has seen a ton of play already, despite Modern Horizons 3 only being legal for, I believe, around 4 days.
And I'm going to stay on this card a little bit more, because it's got affinity for artifacts, and artifacts, and we've seen it in other formats. That's great. Yeah, I can play my Mem Knights or my Ornithopters to try and kind of cheat out my big affinity creatures. But in Pauper, it's slightly different, right? Like, I have untapped artifact lands that can really take advantage of this.
Definitely. The untapped artifact lands are incredible when you're trying to cast affinity cards. So you have Frogmite, you have Mirror Enforcer, you have Refurbished Familiar now, you have Thoughtcast. Like, all of those cards, when you can play them at 1 mana or less, that's just super good. That's the upside, right? But that upside is going to be obvious to most players, and when an upside is obvious, then the counterplay kind of moves in the counterplay cavalry, right? So then we're going to see haymakers like Dust to Dust or Gorilla Shaman, Cast into the Fire, stuff like that, where you're trying to prey on the fact that my opponent's mana base are made up of solely artifacts. So that can lead to some lopsided games, but I feel like the Pauper panel in Wizards of the Coast previously did a great job of balancing this out. We see a lot of affinity cards on the ban list for the same reasons, cards like Atok, Disciple of the Vault, Sojourner's Companion, a lot of the cards that put affinity over the top. I'm kind of curious if this card will do the same, or if the metagame can adjust to simply, just have a bit more affinity hate in the sideboard, and everything will be fine.
Okay, well, we're going to move on to our feature match, where we've got our two 5-0 players. And the reason we're kind of focusing on this card a little bit is because we are going to see it right now, as we've got both undefeated players. One of them we know, we've seen them twice now, is Gab Nassif on that powerful Boros deck. But on the flip side, we've got El Gran Boa, who's on this Grixis artifacts list that you were speaking about, and kind of utilizing affinity as the mechanic to their advantage to try and put away the game and get a lot of card advantage. So if we can, production, can we get that deck list up on the screen for everybody to have a little look at home? Because this Grixis list is extremely powerful, just in a different way to what we see on Gab Nassif's side. So talk to me about some of the key cards in this deck and how we get our 2-for-1s, how we kind of get our synergies to eventually win the game.
Yeah, so my absolute favorite thing about this deck is that it plays 4 Thoughtcast, 4 Deadly Dispute, and 4 Reckoner's Bargain. That is a lot of draw twos. So this deck not only can have explosive starts with Frogmite and Mirror Enforcers at discounted price. It can also win a super long game, and especially thanks to the 2 copies of Makeshift Munition, the card we see in the bottom of your screen here. That card makes sure that in the late game, all of your lands are good draws, some of your artifacts even cantrip, and even toughness 1 creatures are basically just cannon fodder, like shown on the picture. And that could come into play in this matchup because, as we know, Gab has registered a ton of small white creatures, and that's exactly what you want to see if you're registering Makeshift Munitions.
Yeah, just being able to like ping them through. So we have seen Yellow Hat's list, but let's get it on screen. Maybe some people are just joining. I see a few more raids coming from some of our content creators. So on the face of it, for the untrained eye, this is a Boros kind of aggro list. I'm going to put a lot of creatures on the battlefield early. I'm going to use Rally the Peasants to kind of finish the game. But it is so more resilient than that, right?
Definitely, and we've already seen it twice that Gab is a master of finding out when do I have to press my advantage, when do I play slower, when do I plan for even multiple sweepers, as we saw in round 4. And when you have a competent pilot like that, this deck is a Swiss Army knife. Because as you say, we can finish the game quickly with Rally the Peasants, and we can also play a longer game with the engine of Faithless Looting, and all of the flashback cards and Hawks.
It looks like both players are off to the races, started the race, so we're going to move down to him. We're going to work on trying to get Gab's hand first of all, but in that one we're going to be over on Elgran's side, so we get it from their perspective to see, what cards should we be playing around at what times. Looking at this opening hand, what are you thinking?
Yeah, so it looks like Gab already was able to trade a Squadron Hawk for a Galvanic Blast, which is just a pretty good trade. It also looked like Gab searched up all the Squadron Hawks and decided to put one into the graveyard. Or was that pitched to a Faithless Looting? I guess that was probably pitched to a Faithless Looting. But Gab is still on the table here with some white creatures, some life gain already built in. And let's see how Elgran Boa kind of recovers from this. It looks like a lot of tap lands and development going on.
Yeah, and I think that's you kind of said right. This deck needs a little bit of setup to get there, and a lot of the lands do come into play tapped. And Gab's going to really try and take advantage of that, getting this early chip damage in. I'm looking at kind of the removal suite that we've got here, and there's not much. There's the Galvanic Blast, that's great. It could be 2 to 4 damage. 9 out of 10 times it's going to be the 4 damage. The Makeshift, as you said, but that needs a little bit of time to set up to get these creatures off the battlefield. And realistically, Gab's deck is going to be really resilient to that moving forward. So I think this is going very well for Gab currently, knowing that it's open deck list, knowing that there's only really one. Well, in fact, there's no way to sweep the board because the Clan Shaman can only do it to creatures without flying.
I was about to mention that exact thing. That changes a lot here. So Gab basically has nothing to worry about. In the face of the one Croc Clan Shaman, sure, I might lose a couple of ground creatures, but I still have these 4 flyers, which that's going to be huge. We will, however, see a good turn here from Elgran Boa, where it's kind of like the mid-game explosiveness. Like you're not supposed to, draw 2 extra cards, play some free 4/4s at any early turn of the game. The context, however, here is Gab is already, thanks to the untapped lands. Look at that. Gab plays a lot of tap lands, but this draw had none of them, and he was just able to really get an advantage early on here.
And now we get to actually see the hands. We see that there's a Rally of the Peasants in hand for Gab to
Wow.
see. Plus all this about this game could be over before it even starts here. As this deck is just looking phenomenal every time we see it. Over on Elgran Boa's side, though, we are going to add a few 4/4s, which are going to be reduced by 6. So they are currently 1 mana now. The next one is going to be completely 0, while holding up a Galvanic Blast. But is this even going to be enough?
I highly doubt it. It looks like simply first of all, the die roll, second of all, the untapped lands versus the tap lands, and just the resilience of the threats in Gab's deck. You don't care if any of your creatures gets killed by a Galvanic Blast, and this is just really showcasing that absolutely to the maximum amount.
So I'm going to do some quick math here. 5 creatures will go unblocked. 1 will probably get shot down. So 4 will come across. That will be 12 damage, which wouldn't be enough with the current board state and what we've got in hand for Elgrano. But would it be enough to survive 2 turns?
So
is what I'm
let's
trying to
see,
think here.
how much damage are we looking at? If we played, we get in for 12 in the air and 3 on the ground. We don't know about the Galvanic Blast, but we suspect it, maybe. So Gab is waiting here for the, I guess, the one-hit KO the following turn.
Yeah. I think Gab might also be respecting Metallic Rebuke here, which would just shut off the Anthem effect. But either way, he's kind of playing it masterfully like he always does, just getting this 4 points of damage in now. No matter which way we skin it, it's going to be lethal over 2 attacks if if Yellow Hat's done the right amount of math here, which we must assume that he probably has, because he is a absolute genius.
Yeah,
when it comes to this
why
game
not?
of
I've had a
Magic
good day.
the Gathering.
Let's give him the credit.
He's also having a very good day, yeah. Both players 5-0, and the way that the payouts happen in the Creators Showdown is a 5-1 record, opposed to someone that went 5 wins and then got their 5-1 record in the last round. There's a little bit more, pudding to be had there, so to speak. So if you went 5-0 and lost in one of the earlier rounds, you're only going to, I say only, you get $600. But if the loser of this match that goes to 5-1, they will get $750 to their name, where the winner of this match going 6-0 is going to get $1,250. And that in general is just an absolute cherry on top of the cake, because you've got to play 6 rounds of Pauper here on the Magic the Gathering Online.
Oh, definitely. And what a cherry to get to play a match of Pauper for $500 here. But price difference between winning and losing, it's the dream, right? It's awesome to play for high stakes with an audience. You can watch back the VOD tomorrow, and I'm definitely guilty of doing stuff like that, where I want to watch it back. I want to see what the commentator said, etc. It's just cool. The coverage is just awesome.
Yeah, again, huge shout out to Daybreak Games and Monkey Bubble for putting this on. I am such a huge lover of live paper magic when it's online format. I just want to see the best players in the world going head to head in each other, and we've got 2 of Europe's best going head to head right now in Yellow Hat, Gab the Sea versus El Gran Boa, which it might not be as well-known name in English-speaking Twitch communities, but I believe, I want to say he's Spanish. I could be wrong on that, but in general, he's such a huge streamer and always picks up a great audience. He's always at the top of tournaments that I see him taking part in, which is a huge boon to his name. As we see this attack here from Gab the Sea, all the flyers coming in, 5 of them. Galvanic Blast is going to take down one of these Squadron Hawks. 4 more damage is going to connect. Are we going to fire off this Ride of the Peasants now? No, we're being patient, and while we're at 36 life, we can afford to be patient.
Yeah, that's the thing. Gab is not under any danger here of, losing a race or anything of those sorts. Also, the text on Reckoner's Bargain is, if you sacrifice a Mirror Enforcer, you gain 7 life. You gain life equal to that card's mana value. So, some life gain going on here, but especially because we play open deck lists, Gab knows that as long as he can just keep putting these 1/1 flyers onto the battlefield, everything's going to be fine. It's just nice, very nice patience, I would say, out of Gab, because the one Metallic Rebuke would be annoying, some more life gain would be annoying, so might as well go slow and steady wins the race here.
And no one's better at going slow and steady than Gab the Sea. That is kind of what he's made a career out of doing, and he enjoys playing Magic that way. So we're going to go a little bit deeper. Okay, why are we... Oh, that's a huge find there. I was wondering, why are we getting rid of our Enforcer there and not one of the Ica Wellsprings to kind of go another card deeper?
Yeah, so I imagine the Grand Boa had to do some math here and trying to figure out what can I actually beat. I cannot beat Rally the Peasants, so I might as well, play as if Gab only has the quote-unquote chip damage available and just the creatures as they are on the surface. So that's why we sacrifice a 7-drop to gain 7 life over sacrificing a 2-drop to gain 2 life, but also get 1 card deeper, of course.
And we drew the rebuke as well. So, Gab might have been playing around it, and now it is in hand, does need to play around it, because that in itself can stop, a rally turn for this turn, which means we only take a bit of chip damage. The next turn, we might have enough artifacts to sacrifice to get all these, kind of machine gun all the flyers on the other side of the battlefield, and maybe even turn the corner to get back into this match.
That is definitely the route to victory that El Gran Boa is eyeing here. It's surviving, and it's seeing, like, you can only sacrifice so much stuff to the munition, right? If you sacrifice all your lands, you kind of lose the ability to play Magic post kind of sweeping the opponent. But we have the Wellspring we don't care about. We can sacrifice a few lands. Maybe the Frogmite isn't as important. This is definitely his way into this game. So now it looks like we have a game on our hands.
So Gab looks in the tank at the minute. What sort of options is he going through in his head for this turn?
Yeah, the option is, if basically now Gab has respected Metallic Rebuke for a number of turns, and if he starts disrespecting it now, it's always something I played around it for a few turns, but now should I just ignore it if that was my read? And funnily enough, in the meantime, El Gran Boa found that card, so sometimes it's not an advantage to be a highly skilled magician and have open info, because how do you choose which stuff to play around and which stuff to simply force your opponent to have and ask them the important question? It's going to be a tough one here, but it's basically between rally or developing more stuff. That's Gab's choices here.
Well, we're going to find out right now as we're turning 7 flyers sideways, and kind of making El Gran Boa it's on you. Like, I'm happy just to do this over the next couple of turns and have you dead. What are you going to do in response? And it looks like we're going to shoot one of these out the sky. Yep, we're going to shoot one. We're going to get rid of that Ichor Wellspring, which is going to mean we'll go a card deeper, but get 1 point to get one of these creatures off the battlefield. Taking 6, dropping to 10 if this is how it's going to play out. And it is. So we drop down to 10. Chat's pointing out for me, in not Spanish, French. So, I apologize for that. I knew it was somewhere in Europe, I just wasn't entirely sure. I just see them at a lot of events around Europe and putting up great results. So, yeah, the powerful French player. What is it? What's in the water in France? We've got both players, French going head to head here. The world champion, Jean de Praz, French. Maybe I need to have a little trip across the pond and drink some of their water.
They seem to have figured that out for sure. And also, this game, I just want to point out, this is like really, really high-stakes Magic, in my opinion. The fact that Gab Nassif is playing a format he didn't practice a ton before, but he's playing around like a one-of in the opponent's deck. It's really high-level Magic.
He's done it for so long. It's just, it's second nature to when you do it every single day. You stream online, but then also you've played at the highest level. You've got those big finishes. He's also on a tear at the minute as well. Just, it's not like he's like done and dusted. He's still picking up great results at Pro Tours, at World Championships, and, at the big events around Europe. I think he came, I want to say, top 16 at the last regional championships as well, which was standard. So he's proven himself in multiple formats, and, it's just literally a hat off to Yellow Hat on how good that gentleman is at Magic the Gathering. And we see one of the advantages to this deck again there with Rally the Peasants. Being able to have flashback means, sure, you're not going to gain much value for making me discard a card because I can still cast it from a graveyard. The only thing that's up is the jig is up. I now have that. Yeah,
that is now open information. And once more, the situation is basically Gab has to figure out how many of my flyers can El Gran Boa ping down, and do I still win over X amount of turns? The good news is not much is going on in the other direction. Gab is sitting on a healthy 48 life total. Also, this Reckoner's Bargain in the Affinity player's hand will definitely come into play, because sacrificing a Mirror Enforcer to draw 2 and gain 7, that's not nothing.
I do want to point out this Fraven Charm that we've kept in hand. Obviously, we've seen it, one mode in it used mostly, which is the deal damage one, but it does have Destroy Target Enchantment.
Ooh, yes.
On that,
great,
which could be huge here.
Great catch. A new modal card that is most of the time going to be one of the modes, which is the removal spell part. But sometimes it can get rid of a crucial enchantment. And this could be one of those games.
Oh, are we turning everything? Oh, yeah. Let's go. Everything turns sideways. Now here's do your worst. Is this just because Gab thinks he's got the win over 2 turns, potentially even this turn? Or is this I can't really give Elgramboa many more turns because they might just be able to machine gun my board. And yeah, here comes Rally the Peasants. Everything's going to get +2/+0. And I have a response.
Let's see if this 7 life from sacrificing the Mirror Enforcer does anything useful in combination, of course, with pinging down a number of birds. I'm not sure about that math, but that's definitely the play that Elgramboa has available here.
So basically, what they're doing is they're paying 1 mana for the makeshift munitions, which is sacrifice an artifact or creature. It deals 1 damage to any target. So as long as we've got mana up and creatures or artifacts to sacrifice, we can do 1 point of damage to each. And this is kind of, we're forcing the hand here, but we could have done it in multiple ways. We could have tried to destroy the makeshift, or we could just do what we're seeing here and force a bunch of damage coming through.
Yeah, that's a great point, that Gab only has 1 spell available this turn because of Boros Garrison being a tap land. If that was an untapped land, he could have had his cake and eaten it too, but here he goes for the swings for the fences with the flashback Rally the Peasants, and I like that.
Well, this is 9 damage, right? So say we can shoot down 2 more creatures.
It looks like it's more, because each creature gets to 3 power.
So what I'm saying is we got the ability to block 2, shoot down 2 more. That means 3 will get through, which will be 9 total damage no matter
okay, yes.
how
you already
we kind of
fast
skin
forward
it.
to 2 more pings. Yeah, so that's the decision versus sacrificing the Mirror Enforcer to gain 7.
How does that math work out? So if we do that, 7, that means we'd be taking 15, 9, 12, 15 damage. Go up 7, we drop to 2.
I think one of the birds are blocked from the familiar that got sacrificed.
Okay, now how does that math work out?
So that means right now it's 4 creatures coming through, which is 12 damage. And if we go to 17, we can survive at 5, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, look, you are earning your money, my friend. Spot on. We're going to play this Garrison and a turn, bounce one of these lands back to our hand. Unfortunately, out of those 2 cards that were drawn for Elgramboa, it was just 2 more lands, which in this instance isn't the worst, but another land isn't great. We were really looking to be able to get more on the battlefield this turn, because...
Yeah, that was like, the way into this game was the Boa drawing something to play out now, preferably something like Mirror Enforcer, and then afterwards we can start pinging down the flyers. But here I think it's gonna be too much, simply because the veterans are playable from the graveyard via the disturb mechanic. So more creatures coming, even though it is possible to kill all 5 here, but that's going to be a short-lived sensation.
Scared Cat off the top. Or Sacred Scared Cat. Sacred
Could
Cat
be
off
both.
the top.
Who knows?
The one of... It is kind of scared. You know what I mean? It comes back. It dies quite early. It's just a 1/1 life linker with Embalm. We're going to turn everything sideways first, though, and kind of force the hand, make you... And I also like this patience from Gab with the Fraving Charm in hand, not going after the enchantment, kind of valuing that the fact that they're going to have to use a lot of their land as assets, as resources here.
Yep.
To if they sacrifice all their land, they can't play any more spells, so you're going to inevitably win the mid to long game anyway. And now we've got the follow-up spells of being able to play the Cat and play the Faven. It's just adding more to the battlefield that potentially is even harder to deal with. And Faven and Spectre having 2 toughness means 2 artifacts need to be sacrificed to get that one off the battlefield.
So now, interestingly enough, I think the Boa has 1 draw to find the Crack Clan Shaman, because that card will... No, let's see. You have to sacrifice artifacts. I was about to say, if you can sacrifice 2 lands... to deal 2 damage to everything, and you can sacrifice 2 lands to the munition and kill the flyers off, there's some kind of chance, but it would be a game state where you just don't have any more lands and the opponent can just play Sacred Cat and the veterans from the graveyard. So never mind about that. I got excited for a second.
Yeah, it was that one of those that we got past the point of being able to turn the corner to win the game. We were just on survival mode, hoping to try and get that top deck to get back into it. We weren't able to do it. But this is an open deck list tournament, and it is a 6-round double elimination tournament, so we get to show you what the both players brought and their sideboards and talk through actually how they could be sideboarding, what cards are going to be good and valuable in this. So if we can, please, production, let's get one of these sideboards on the screen. Let's start with the Affinity deck, because we are a game down on that one. Let's see what cards and tools we have to get back into this and take us to a game number 3, because remember, there is a lot on the line with both of these players. Where the loser of this matchup is going to get $750, the winner of this match is going to get an extra $500 on top of that to get $1,250 added to their bank account. And while we set up the, getting the deck list on the screen for you, okay, I'll eat my words. We'll get straight to it. Talk to me about this sideboard. What do we like bringing in here?
Yeah, so in the sideboard of this Grixis deck, we can quickly rule out some cards like Pyroblast, basically, Gorilla Shaman. And Cast Into the Fire is I would call it like a mini sweeper, but I actually don't think it's impactful enough. I want the second Croc Clan Shaman, and I want some number of Hydroblast. Hydroblast counters some stuff in Gab's main deck, like Faithless Looting and Thrilling Discovery, but most importantly, it counters Gorilla Shaman out of the sideboard, which is a card that can really make your day miserable if you're the Affinity pilot. That being said, Affinity is a synergy-based deck, so cutting a lot of cards for sideboarding is not ideal. So I think we're going to see a little bit of trimming in order to fit the second Shaman and a couple of Hydroblasts.
It doesn't look great. Like, it doesn't even seem like it gets much better, but it might get much better over on Gab and Steve's side. So let's swap across to Yellow Hat and see what they've got in their sideboard for this matchup. Might be a nice 2-0 sweep. It definitely looks like everything lines up good for them, but can maybe make that a little bit sweeter with this sideboard. Talk to me. Anything we want to be bringing in here?
Yeah, so this is the third time we have Yellow Hat on stream, and up until now, he hasn't got much mileage out of the sideboard, but that's because he saved the best for last. Gab decided to run 4 copies of Dust to Dust and 4 Gorilla Shamans for this matchup specifically. So obviously we don't know what happened before we started featuring Yellow Hat on our stream, but this just might be his day with that sideboard lined up. Those cards, if you have one of those in your opening hands and the mana to deploy them on turn 2 or 3, you're really in the driver's seat. So great situation to have 4 anti-affinity cards.
Yeah, I think this might be a nice 2-0 sweep, but we've been wrong before. This is Magic the Gathering, and so much can happen in it. We started today 64 players, all trying to get themselves an undefeated record, and we've whittled it down to the last 2, and we're now going to go into game number 2 of match number 6, the last one for today. Let's get straight down to it as both players are off to the races. Tapped land here for El Gran Burro on the bottom of your screen. Gab, Nassif, Yellow Hat, starting off with Mountain. Normally not the basic land of choice for this deck, but does have a way to find it. We haven't managed to speak about the Ash Burrows.
The Ash Barrens is basically just a flexible fetch land that allows you to discard it from hand, go get the color of basic land you want, but you can also play it out as a colorless land. So very similar to the newer lands from Modern Horizons. Yeah, I mean, Gab has a Dust to Dust in hand, but that card is a double white card. And speaking about that, the Springleaf Drum might be exactly what the doctor ordered here, because Springleaf Drum is a card that lets you basically turn your cheap creatures into Birds of Paradise.
Yeah, I love this. This is good. And one of the key things, as you were mentioning there on the Dust to Dust, is its exile effects, right? And that means don't worry about the indestructible text on those lands on the other side of the battlefield. This could just be a straight 3-mana double stone rain if we don't have a way of stopping that. We're gonna, there is one card off our screen right now which we don't really have a good look at. We could go Forecast. Is that something we want to do? Do we want to get the a way to kind of machine down some of these creatures on the battlefield? What are we valuing here? Do you think we value card draw here, or kind of setting up our board?
Yeah, I think we need to set up our board, because right now we don't have a permanent we can sacrifice for profit with the Reckoner's Bargain. Ideally, you want something like Ichor Wellspring, Chromatic Star, Blood Fountain, or the Blood Token from Blood Fountain, or you want to cast it in response to a removal spell, or sacrifice a more expensive card to gain more life. So this could be we could be looking at another setup turn. I wouldn't be shocked if we just see something like Makeshift Munition Pass. But the last card in in the Boa's hand is kind of relevant here, unless that's the bargain that we already see.
Yeah, we got just, too many of our good spells without the kind of synergy side of it, right? Like that's again, one of the problems of, or one of the things we love to say about playing Magic the Gathering. Some things these times everything comes together and it's great. Other times it doesn't look too good as things move forward.
Right now, what I want to add is we've seen game one, if we're looking this through the lens of the Boa, that Gab is willing to play around these counter spells and try and find a good spot for playing his Haymaker. So if that's kind of the dynamic of this game, maybe the Grand Boa can, fade a Dust to Dust here simply because Gab doesn't want it to get negated or mystical disputed. Metallic Rebuke, sorry. So that this context of this reading game, this is where you don't just play your cards out, you play them with a purpose, and you try and analyze the situation. But let's see what Gab cooks up here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what he does. If we attack with both creatures here, obviously we can kind of get that off the table, so to speak.
This is the power of passing the turn with mana up. You can make your opponent make suboptimal plays because you represent certain stuff. This is especially true for open deck list tournaments, where just the fact that you can scour the deck list, you see, okay, there's one copy of Metallic Rebuke and a negate in the sideboard. My opponent passed a turn on turn 3, a pretty crucial turn out of Affinity. I want to waste their mana and play less impactful cards to basically lock my opponent's mana, and then I'll pick my spot later with Dust to Dust.
I love that 2 mana, draw 2, add a 1/1 flyer to the battlefield. As a follow-up, is going to be Fravor Inspector because we have got that Springleaf Drum on the battlefield. We're now seeing the use for it is to be able to explode out and use our creatures that are on the battlefield once they've got Summoning Sickness for mana. Over on the other side, we're just kind of turning and burning, but here comes turn number 4 where we're off to the races. 1 mana, draw 2. We see Cast into the Fire, drawing the powerful card from the Lord of the Rings. That could do 2 damage, a 1 damage split between 2 creatures if we think that that's where we want to go.
But more importantly, it can exile an artifact, and you just saw Gab Nassif miss his land drop, so it wouldn't be out of the question to exile the Springleaf Drum here, in my opinion.
Gorilla Shaman drawn for the turn. We know how good that one can be.
Oh, for sure. Even 2 Mirrodin artifact lands on the battlefield. You always want to look for how many Mirrodin artifact lands are there versus how many bridges are there. And the more Mirrodin lands, the more, I guess, lunch for the monkey there is.
Lunch for the monkey. I like it. I'm stealing it. I'm taking it. Gab just needs a few more lands. If we were able to do some sort of crazy turn where we can almost get rid of 4 lands in one turn, it would be huge here. And I think that's what Gab's going through. We've got the board advantage. We just, we're in that awkward situation where we've got too many spells in our hand and we can't do them all in at once as much as we'd love to. So it's going to be interesting to see how we sequence this. And it might just be starting off with a Novice Inspector.
So this game is like Magic. Again, this is another example of Magic on the highest level, because Boa represented the counter because he knows the absolute worst thing that can happen is Gab casting a Dust to Dust. The following turn, after he realizes Gab is willing to play around that counterspell, El Gran Boa plays into that narrative by still holding up 2 mana. You represent Negate, you represent Rebuke. So you already put that thought into Nassif's mind. And this is why he's allowed to buy himself time to win this game. If Nassif just closes his eyes and jams that Dust to Dust on turn 3, this game is likely over. But now Boa has found a way to still be alive in this match. This is awesome.
I think with this Favoring Novice Inspector on the stack, we might be using this Cast into the Fire to do 2 points of damage. So what else did we got rid of the Hawk that was on the battlefield. I was thinking maybe we get rid of the 2 life gainers, but we decide against kind of keep our life total high by getting rid of 2 creatures that can get turned sideways this turn. So instead of going down to 15, we're only going to go down to 17, and we get to redraw for our turn. Now this might be the time where we can start drawing multiple cards and kind of again start trying to pull away with this matchup, take advantage of this mana situation that Gab's got.
Definitely. And one more point about Boa's choice of which creatures to kill with Cast into the Fire. the choice was very, very deliberate. Killing a flyer because we have 2 copies of Croc Clan Shaman in our deck that we're trying to draw to, and we want to leave as many ground creatures in play as possible. This is Magic at the absolute highest level. I'm just very impressed with the level of play.
Another dust to dust was drawn here by Gab and Steve. But we're going to start off with the Gorilla Shaman. That's going to maybe start getting rid of some lands. Maybe there's too many on the other side that we want to get rid of them. 1 mana, Stone Rain. Get that out of here.
Now we see the monkey in a China shop here, trying to destroy some artifacts on the shelves.
We're gonna try and get a little bit of value out of this because we can sacrifice an artifact and go 2 cards deeper. No risk of us really dying next turn with the current board state, so we don't need to sacrifice the Enforcer to gain any life. We're going to go in response. We're going to destroy this blue source. And talk to me why we're doing this in response.
Are you asking why? From Gab's point of view?
Yeah, from Gab's point of view.
Gab's point of view. Gab is just trying to use the dynamics of Magic Online and using the pass priority. So it's mainly just to save a few clicks. There's no strategical advantage to that respond.
There's no affinity spells that could have been taken advantage of if we did it the other way around. Let us draw first and then resolve it. I
think we were tapped out maybe except from the treasure. So yeah, I'm actually not sure about that timing. That could have been something. It looks like he gave up nothing by responding. So maybe that's just the answer we're looking for.
Yeah, everything is it's ifs and buts. It wasn't anything super relevant there, but it's always good to kind of think about these things moving forward, especially in Magic the Gathering, and especially at something at this high level when you're playing against this level of competition. Every single minute game advantage point that you can get, you need to take advantage of.
Also worth noting is, with the attack of the Mirror Enforcer, the bluff of Metallic Rebuke does not exist anymore, because now Boa only has 1 untapped artifact to help pay for the cost with Improvise, and that's basically the go signal when it comes to Dust. Now there's no card in the Boa's list that would counter the Dust.
Are you firing Dust off now? And if so, what are your target's going to be?
I imagine it's going to be the 4/4 and whatever land you think is the most important.
You can cut them off black. Oh no, you can't cut them off black. It's 2 black sources.
You can put your opponent to only 1 black. I think that's the best one. Okay. So 2 creatures are targeted, and that's mainly because that Frogmite also represents basically a wall for the small creatures that Gab has in play here. So I like it.
We're going to sacrifice one of them, do a point of damage, get one of the attackers off the battlefield, which means it's just be attacked for 2 points. Still seems a very open match at the minute, even though Gab's got so many good hitters, but because he's respecting the counter magic on the other side, hasn't really fired them off at the opportune moment.
I agree. We have a great match here because the Affinity player was able to bluff, and Gab was playing on a high enough level to pick up on that bluff. And that's why we have this awesome late game situation as the Boa develops more stuff here. I am not quite sure if you're even developing the familiar here, because you're just going to take out a Squadron Hawk from the opponent's hand. It's not really anything to write home about.
Yeah, you know about 2 of them, because 2 of them were searched up from the first time it was played, but then you could probably, educated guess, there was a chance for them to go up to 7 cards, then he went up to 6 cards in hand. One of those other cards in the hand is probably another Squadron Hawk. Players at this level do pick up on those types of interactions. We're going to start off on Gab's side. We're going to go a card deeper by cracking one of our clues. We do find another land.
So if Gab plays out this Ash Barrens, it's because it's with the intentions of casting another Dust to Dust, which is one of the questions I also talked about in the previous game, where if you played around a card on an earlier turn, then it's a hard decision to all of a sudden not play around it anymore. So maybe the negate or the rebuke is still on Gab's mind here.
Is that even with showing that they can almost get completely tapped out and went to combat last turn?
Yeah,
realistically,
I agree.
They don't have it.
That will definitely blow you in the opposite direction of maybe he didn't have it at all. But now passing with 2 mana. The thing is, the Affinity deck plays 4 Reckoner's Bargain and 4 Deadly Disputes, so it doesn't have to mean anything aside from, keeping up mana for that. But I think Gab is just really trying to make that last Dust to Dust count, and is trying to figure out if now is the time.
Well, it does a lot right now. Like, one that can get rid of blockers. Getting rid of lands at this point in the matchup might not be where we want to go with it, especially when they've got the ability to sacrifice them and kind of get some of our creatures off the battlefield. So maybe we are saving it for more of the later game now of getting some blockers off. And again, it's death by 1,000 cuts. You literally said it in like round number 3, and it's been so true every single time we've seen these like low to the ground decks try and get the little bits of damage across. As I'm saying this, Dust to Dust on the stack against the 2 indestructible lands and the only 2 blue sources on the battlefield. These are going to be a 2-mana shock effect, as it looks like we're going to get rid of one of these novice specters.
So here the Affinity player could choose between clearing a 1/2 from the board or drawing 2 cards with the bargain. I'm interested in the long-term plan of playing like this. Yeah, let's see if it pays off. It looks like another blue bridge is available, so blue mana is going to be on the table.
Yeah, it's going to be a tap land for everybody watching. There is some downside to these indestructible artifact lands. Familiar's an ETB, that means we're going to discard that. Discarded card is going to be a Squadron Hawk that we know about over on the Boros side. And just passing it back. Faithless Looting is the draw for the turn.
Yeah.
And we're going to fire that straight off. We're going to try and find some more, cards to add to the battlefield. And we find 2 good ones.
Yeah, look at this. Gab can discard a Prismatic Strands, which is not a downside at all. It turns it into a 0-mana spell, and a Squadron Hawk that we searched up earlier for value. And we're able to cast Battle Screech, flashback Battle Screech, and really add stuff to the board. Because adding 4 flyers to the board, if my Affinity opponent has to sacrifice 4 permanents to deal with that, that's like attacking with an Annihilator 4 Eldrazi. Like, that's super, super strong.
Talk to me about that attack phase there that just happened. We got in there with 2 1/2s. We have the ability to trade with our Familiar. Chose against it. Why would we not use our Familiar to get to kind of trade when realistically we're the control deck in this matchup? Why are we valuing that creature?
This is the Affinity player knowing exactly what kind of cards they need to see over the next couple of draw steps, etc. And Croc Clan Shaman, which can sweep up every ground creature, is part of that. And if he gets to that point, he will need something to turn the aggression the other way. So it's basically an investment into the future, keeping this flyer around.
Interesting. Okay, let's have a look, see how it pans out. We do see a cast and fire. We do get an Enforcer, a Fort cast, and an Ickle Wellsprings. As the cards drawn, off multiple cards that were drawn this turn, we can get 2 creatures off the battlefield here as well with that cast into the fire. We're going to start off with an Enforcer.
Yeah, the 0-mana 4/4 is good on any stage of the game because so much of Gab's small attackers just get brick walled by a 4/4. So that card can buy time, and it can also eventually help reduce the opponent's life total to 0.
Okay, here comes the flashback that you were speaking about from the Prismatic Strand. So prevent all damage that a source of a color of your choice would deal this turn.
Yeah.
And looks like in response to that is going to be the cast into the fire. So that's going to get 2 creatures off the battlefield. Then it's going to start taking effect, but that will leave us pseudo tapped out. Obviously, Affinity, you're not always tapped out.
Also, there's a treasure token, so on the opponent's turn, the munition is kind of turned on for at least 1 activation.
And then we're getting frisky. We're turning that Familiar sideways. The new card from Modern Horizons 3. The grief of Pauper, as people have been telling me, and it's picked up a lot of work recently. It's doing some good work. I think it's got merit to that. It's not quite grief, but it's very good and very powerful in this format. Planes drawn for Yellow Hat on the response. Might be thinking wants to flash back a Faithless Looting. Decides wants to add to the battlefield here. Maybe double spell this turn and just going to kind of flood out wide with the Battle Screech in hand.
Definitely, Gab is putting everything he has into the board here, and this is just another banger of a game that the Affinity player granted themselves by simply playing awesome Magic in the beginning of this game, giving themselves a chance to win if my opponent can pick up on my bluff. I'm just so fascinated about that.
Here we go. So now the familiar being played with no cards in hand for Gab and see if it's just a 1-mana get a 2/1 flyer that draws us another card deeper. Doesn't really find much. It's going to be a Blood Fountain is going to be drawn, but that's going to add 2 more artifacts to the battlefield because it's going to generate itself as well as a blood token. So we might, if we want to, be able to kind of cycles away some of our bad cards and try and turn them into better ones. We're going to draw
or in
2
this
cards.
case, turn them into at least a ping from the munition. That's the perfect part about this situation is unless you draw like 3 or 4 lands in a row, every card is going to be useful in this situation. So the munition is really showing its worth in this extremely long game.
And, obviously respecting something like a Rally of the Peasants off the top, which could completely change this game.
Yep.
We're going to start by cracking that clue, though. Finding yourself another basic Plains for a trouble. Novice Inspector was the draw for the turn. We can play that and crack the clue if we choose to this turn, but maybe we try and force the hand first by going to combat.
Yeah, there's a few options for Gap here. There's also a Faithless Looting in the graveyard alongside a Veteran that you can play via the Disturb cost. And here it comes.
So every single time we see Gabby, he's just going for value every time, just more value upon value upon value, and I love to see it. And I think this is going to, this is forcing a response. Yep, get that off the battlefield because, of course, when a creature dies, now we're going to gain another 1 life, and all this incremental life gain by Gab and Seif is enabling potentially another card or maybe 2 cards the longer the game goes, right?
Definitely. Every resource matters here. Cards in hand, creatures in play, life points. And also worth noting is when you played the Veteran via Disturb cost, it's now called Luminous Phantom, and now it says when a creature it leaves the battlefield, rather, you gain 1 life. So it's like the opposite now.
Now it looks like we're going to be blocking some of these flyers. It's going to be the tokens. Are we going to see a block sack? Looks like we are. And you're sequencing this right as well, so no more life is going to be gained for Gab in this instance.
Yeah, you want to get that Phantom off the table before combat damage is dealt.
And Gab's going to follow up with a Novice Inspector, which is going to generate the clue and just pass the turn back. Considering how this game was starting, and we didn't really give Boa much of a chance, it doesn't look too bad. Do you have to be worried about our life total, though? Only at 6 life.
Yeah, definitely. It doesn't take much for Gab to just win straight up. On the positive side, there is a chance that the copies of Lightning Bolts are not in the deck post sideboard, but we can only guess about that, of course.
This was a calculated move because obviously we do use the Enforcers. We're using that to gain 7 life and draw 2 cards. And one of them is the Clan Shaman that is drawn. Does that change anything?
It changes a lot because now we can kind of get rid of 3 ground creatures with that card alone, and we can use our munitions to get rid of most of the flyers. Also note that the Affinity player just gained 7 life by sacrificing a Mirror Enforcer to Reckoner's Bargain, so there's a big difference between 6 life and 13 life.
You gotta remember, so we've had 2 Dust to Dust cast, a Gorilla with 2 activations,
yes,
and yet it still seems pretty, we're still in this fight.
Yes, I agree. I agree. This is awesome. Truly awesome display.
That's huge off the top.
The Prismatic Strands. Oh yeah, the perfect counterplay for the Shaman, except you can kind of respond and activate it more times. There's a little bit of a timing issue. Let's see if what happens here. Negate trades off with Looting, which is a good play because if your opponent is willing to cast Faithless Looting, they must not, exactly love their hand. So it's a very good card to counter. Also, it frees up your mana so you can activate munitions more times.
Now Gab's got to decide what he wants to get in there with, and it looks like it's going to be the just free the flyers. Talk me through why he's deciding what.
Yeah, now all of a sudden Gab is
not
not necessarily the aggressor anymore. After that life gain burst and taking some damage from Mirror Enforcers, the munition in play just threatens to end the game. So Gab has to stay back with a flyer because the Croc Clan Shaman can deal with all non-flyers. So Gab needs at least one blocker for the Mirror Enforcer.
Was Gab meant to play land before going to combat here? Because now there's an opening for this Shaman to be able to basically, as you said, get these ground creatures off the board, and there can be no prismatic strands cast in response.
Yeah, tapping down from strands here was a calculated move where Negate simply just punished Gab because Gab thought the coast was clear and he could have just discarded the prismatic strands and flashbacked it for free. That was like the counterplay, right? But the Negate kind of threw a wrench in that plan.
And Rebuke is now what we're drawn, so we do have access to another sort of mana leak effect. We're going to start off with Ichor Wellspring's going to go a card deeper. And in response, we're going to cycle. I think this might be just so we can kind of get some F6 value here.
Definitely. Time could become an issue in this match. Remember, we do play on Magic Online where the chess clock is sometimes a cruel mistress.
Yeah, Kim. And you know, if we can just get to the point where we've got 10 mana, we can just win the game on the spot, right?
Mm-hmm. And you can split that up over multiple turns.
Okay, now there's a gorilla. How do we work this one out? Do you go something along the lines of you give everything protection from red, and then you play the Shaman, and then you Shaman and try and take out creatures? Like, I don't know what this...
This is a bit complicated. So first of all, you want to use the prismatic strands reactively. Otherwise, the opponent can just, sacrifice in response. But this Gorilla Shaman, I mean, Gap doesn't have much of a choice. If he passes a turn, he's dead. So simply because of munition getting activated so many times.
Is he not dead anyway? Can we not just go like sack 5, end the turn to face, untap, sack another load to face?
Exactly. So Gap has to deal with that stuff now. Otherwise, the game is over. I do question, however, if because the Affinity player has so much mana open, whenever Gap tries to target a land. Yeah. Okay. So what's going on here is the turn was passed. The Affinity player starts sacrificing stuff to munition. If Gab responds with Gorilla Shaman activations, we want to respond with sacrificing that exact target. You want to be the reactive part of this exchange, and it looks like we kind of succeed.
Yeah, this is going to be a heck of a stack that we've got going here.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be Shaman this, sack this, Shaman this, sack this. And by the time everything's like said and done, who do we think is going to be able to come out on top?
That is a very, very good question. I actually think the Shaman, because it can also kill the treasure token, I actually think the Shaman is going to do a lot of work here. The Gorilla Shaman, that is.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, let's see when the dust settles here on the end step. Then we're going to know much more.
So this stack that everybody can see is so in response we got the Golden Shaman destroying lands, and in response we're sacrificing those lands to do a point of damage. And this point of damage, it's all going face, right?
It's all going to the life total of Nassif, because that's what you want to do, and you want to be very fast to win the next game as well.
Yeah, as you mentioned, clock is going to be a thing as both players now both drop to under 5. Gab's under 5. Boros almost at 3 minutes. Passing the turn back 4 land up. But we can't cast that, right?
Which card was drawn?
As in, like, we can't prevent any of this damage now. It's just is just
Prismatic Strand is uncastable because that Faithless Looting got countered by Negate on a previous turn, and Gab didn't have enough mana to both apply pressure and hold up mana for strands. Also, if Prismatic Strands is cast, you can just respond because it's one at a time. So wow, what a game! That was
I wrote them off. Like literally, when I looked at the opening hand for Gab and Steve, I thought this game is over. There is no chance we're going to get through all that, that graveyard artifact hate that exiles your lands. But because Gab was very cautious, playing around the negates, didn't fight them off early, really give them a chance to get back into that match and eventually taking it down. But more importantly for me and for you and for everybody at home, we get to go to a game number 3 here for both our undefeated players with $500 on the line. Remember, the winner is going to get themselves $1,250. The loser is going to be walking out of here with $750. But let's be honest, you want that tweet at the end of the day. You got this far, you want to be able to take away that little crown that comes along with it. So we're going to get both deck lists on the screen for you one last time. Let's start over on the Boros' side, just taking that down, going now being on the play, but this Affinity deck is super powerful. So we kind of said there wasn't many good cards in that sideboard, but if we can get it up on the screen, please, production, on El Boros' side, we'll have a little look if anything does change play draw dependent. What do you think?
Yeah, so we saw, we kind of confirmed that the Affinity player was willing to play towards drawing Crockland Shaman, so we can more or less safely say that that card was brought in as a second copy. We saw Cast Into the Fire do decent work against some small creatures, and we saw the Negate, which is basically a counterplay against Dust to Dust. But yeah, so basically not a lot of surprises there, and we saw just Munition put in a ton of work.
A lot of work.
That was just the key. That was the key card, and then there's the invisible legend of, hey, I'm holding up a counterspell. That's why I have 2 mana up, and that inevitably gave the Affinity player a route to eventually win that game. Wow.
Yeah, what an amazing game that was. So let's see, hopefully we get a repeat in game number 3. So let's get down to it. This is for the match. This is to see who finishes 6-0, and it does not look good for Gab Nassif on a mulligan to 4, and the only land he's got in hand is a bounce land with double Dust to Dust. And on the other side, well, we're starting off, we're going full Affinity. We found him out, and okay, that's step 1. We would have loved that to have been a plane so we could at least get a Novice Spectre on the battlefield, but we'll take it. Slow incremental value might be the name of the game, but on the other side, Burst he didn't get the memo. We're getting everything on the battlefield, and we're getting on there now, and we're turning everything sideways, and this rebuke, when your opponent's not even playing lands, is going to be straight up counterspell.
It sure is, and I think the Affinity list only plays 2 Frogmites, and what a time to draw them.
Yeah, is that getting them on the battlefield nice and early? Here comes a Wellspring that's going to generate a little bit more value. A Cast Into Fire is what we're going to draw. Tap land for turn everything's turn 1 Frogmite side.
Yeah, I was about to say that because of the situation with the chess clock, the Affinity player rushed a little bit with their land drop on the previous turn, which now means only 1 Frogmite can attack, because we want to hold up. We don't want to get Dust to Dust. Like Plains Dust to Dust would be an absolute disaster, and by not attacking with that Frogmite, it's basically playing with your hands face up that, hey, I have the rebuke this time.
Another Dust to Dust drawn for the turn off the clue token. Garrison was the land drawn for the turn, but not great, so we have to play that mountain. Really, these Frogmites I think they're going to get there. This is absolutely crazy magic going on right now, but we can cycle, we can find the plains. We can try and resolve the first Dust to Dust, getting rid of both of these frogs. I imagine it's going to get countered, but then maybe the second and the third one can stall the game enough, and maybe this will come down to the clock.
Yeah, Gab drawing an untapped white source there was awesome, and wow, look at the patience here, not even firing off any of the Dust to Dusts.
I feel like I would have done it. Maybe the Hawk would have been enough for me to kind of fire that off, because of course now we know a lot of life is going to be gained, plus a load of more blockers are going to start getting generated.
Yeah, that is a great point, and right now the only means of aggression from the Affinity player is those 2 Frogmites. So yeah, let's see. Cast Into the Fire goes a long way here, though.
No black mana for this Deadly Dispute. Of course, the second I say it, drawn for the turn, we do it. Now we can sacrifice the Wellsprings, go 3 cards deeper in our deck, generate a treasure token.
The Black Ancestral Recall, even buying back a mana there to make it a 1-drop functionally. Yeah, awesome.
Galvanic Blast was drawn. That could be huge. 4 damage to the face. Mountain drawn for the turn for Gab Nassif. Man, this is a close game. Remember, Gabasif was on a mold of 4, ladies and gentlemen, and missed the first land drop because it was a Boros Garrison.
Yeah, you don't want to play that out.
Dust. Rebuke is going to deal with this. So, we take 2. Are we dead to another Galvanic Blast off the top here? If we can find another Galvanic Blast, we're going to be crowning a champion, and their name is going to be El Gran Boa. A huge couple of draw steps now to potentially take this down and be the winner of the first content creator showdown here, brought to you by the amazing people at Daybreak Games. It was a second blast off the top.
Wow.
What a way to finish this game at this tournament. The little stumble there from Gab Nassif and the perfect top decks of back-to-back Galvanic Blasts going to face. We are crowning ourselves a champion, and it is El Gran Boa. Congratulations to them, and what a way to do it. Whew. If you catch my reaction then on the camera, I was up, ladies and gentlemen. I was up. That was great to see.
I was sweating, looking the chess clock move closer to 0, and the double frog might draw against the zero-lander. The zero-lander gets into the game, but then the Galvanic Blast to slam the door. Wow.
Frog might too powerful, too OP. That needs a ban. Clearly, 3 mana, 2 mana, 2/2s. Crazy. Absolutely. Hats off to it. What a way to finish this tournament. What was your highlight so far? You know, we've had 6 rounds. We've had 4 of them on camera. What has been your highlight moment?
So going in, I was really hoping for a lot of diversity in how the games played out. So one thing is diversity when it comes to the metagame. Another thing is diversity when it comes to the kind of games we have on display. So we got to see fast and powerful curves ending games quickly. We got to see amazing comebacks curated over turns of turns. Not just, one card making the difference, but, oh, this is step 1, and then 100 pages later in that book, I win that game. So it was the diversity of the different kinds of games we got to go through. Basically, that's definitely it for me.
When when we were speaking earlier in the week, you were saying that basically Pauper is a format you have to play 3 turns ahead. Like, you need to work out what your next 3 turns are going to happen, and your opponent also has to do the same. And, that's exactly what you said there. Everyone kind of planned out the next following turns. If this does that, and X, Y, and Z goes my way, then I can end up winning the game. And, ending on that high there, that's got to be my highlight, right?
Yeah.
Ripping the burn spell off the top to take down the game in the finals. I love to see it. And what I also love to see is this high-level magic brought to you by the beautiful people of Daybreak Games and, Monkey Bubble for putting on this huge production. So I do need to start closing down the show because this is going to be the end of it for the first ever MTGO Creator Showdown. But don't worry, there's lots more to come. We've got one of these every single month, and it is going to be a different format every single month. Hopefully this one's made you fall in love with Pauper, and a lot more of you are going to pick this up and play it, just like I have. But next month it is going to be Modern, and of course Modern Horizons 3's just come out, and there's a lot of decks getting brewed up, especially for content creators, and that is what we invite to this tournament. 64 of them coming together to battle it out, to try and whittle down until we can finally crown ourselves a champion, a nice 6-0. Whew, what a lot's happened this tournament, ladies and gentlemen. I do want to thank you all for being here. Thank you to Daybreak Games. Thank you to Monkey Bubble. And thank you to you, Andreas. You have done so much amazing work in this tournament. You have given an amazing analyst of every single match that I've thrown. Every question I could probably ask at you, and you've answered them so professionally, so well, and so deep in intelligence. Man, honestly, hats off to you. You've done such a stellar job. Any last words before we kind of close down this broadcast?
Yeah, so maybe we can get the prizes up on one last time before.
If you want to go through prizes, we can do prizes.
But yeah. So we end up with a winner on top of the mountain here, El Gran Boa, who showed amazing play with the Affinity deck, and he found a line, he stuck to it, and it ended up rewarding him with the first place prize here. And I mean, nothing to sneeze at here. Gabriel Nassif walks away with 750 USD, and any player on 5-1, which was Nola Gold, Darkest Mage, and Shere Khan, they walked away with 600 USD. So a lot of Benjamins handing out today, and just a pleasure from start to finish. And thanks so much for the opportunity, and not at least the nice words. You made me feel right at home, Will.
But dude, we're the real winners. They get to walk away with all the money, but we got to walk away because we got to cast all of these amazing games of Magic the Gathering. And I hope everybody at home enjoyed it just as much, and we'll be tuning in next time when the format is going to be modern, and of course we're going to have 64 of your favorite content creators in that. So from me, from Andreas, from the team, thank you very much. We'll see you next month. Good night.